Coyote, you know Cowboys.
Well, good afternoon, good people. It is Thirsty Thursday, and we are some thirsty-ass Cowboy fans, and I hope everybody's having a great day. I am going cray-cray with the Dallas Cowboys, and I've got my man fresh off the sick bed, Game Time Brian. And I you know what? I'm kind of pissed today, man. I feel like I'm being played with. How about you, Brian?
Oh man, I got a couple of videos up. One is blowing up for me anyway. It's blowing up for I think I got like 800 or 900 views in the first hour or so. But yeah, it's good for me.
About ESPN.
No, not the ESPN one. That one's a little slow. But the other one, the one from this morning, the ESPN one, I expect that one to do decent too. But yeah, it's funny. I was watching Law Nation and he had the same stuff I had on. He had the same clip, and he was commenting on the same BS that I was. So, at least we're doing it.
So tell me about what you're going. So we've got the NFL Scouting Combine. Let me say welcome to everybody that's in the house. We got Crystal Caramel Corn in here, Jeff Lee, EJB, Lady Libra in the house. Shout out to everybody. We're going to try and make it through for the next 5 hours of the Combine, and we got a lot to talk about. So tell me what's blowing up on your channel there. I've been running around like a crazy man with trying to help take care of
I didn't, last night, obviously, and I've gotten a lot of people in the comments that are, they said they're meeting with people on Friday. Well, I'm going by Michael Gelkin, okay? Michael Gelkin, David Moore. These are guys that basically are mouthpieces for the team. When they say something, you could believe it. Now, I'm not saying, but basically what they're saying is as of 10 o'clock last night, they have no intentions of reaching out to Dak's agent, CD's agent, or Micah's agent while at the Combine.
Right.
So, and then it came out, and Mark said, you knew, because I did see Law Nation. He commented on it. He just realized that Mike Zimmer's on a 1-year deal. Mm-hmm. Who signs a 1-year deal as a brand new defensive coordinator? So that's actually breaking news as far as I'm concerned. 1-year deal you can't do nothing, but it just goes on and on and on. And then you start to piece that information with what Stephen Jones said in his interview. Mm-hmm. And then it's starting to make sense. He's using his boys, which is why I say, you want good content? Listen to guys like Mark Holmes. Listen to guys like Law Nation. Listen to people who aren't getting paid or a mouthpiece for the team.
Getting paid.
Okay? That's where you're going to get honest opinion. Whether you like it or not, people, you don't have to agree with me. What's up, Fly Parks? But this is what's going on. Mark, I want to know your instant reaction to hearing this BS.
But tell you what, here's what happened is, first of all, I have to say, I've got one fucking incredible chair. Excuse my language.
It looks good. It's almost as nice as mine, but it's nice.
No, this sucker right here. This is, I don't know if they looked and they said
that
I'm just a fat ass or what, but E-Win, it's like a heavy duty. You can be up to 450 pounds. I hope I'll never have to test, although I guess me and the missus. But anyway.
It does have, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but mine rocks too.
But it's heavy duty, and this sucker
Mine's got ball bearings.
Okay. It's got definite ball bearings. But it is comfortable. It's got all kinds of support and stuff. And I've got
What's up, Coles Cowboys? What's up, my man?
So I was up early because we had to take my mother-in-law to the doctor and stuff and get that squared away. And I was going through and listening to Get Up because you're actually getting some realistic things that are going on. Because they were talking still about the culture and stuff with the Cowboys. And I say the culture is messed up from the head down.
Right.
And they were talking about, it's like, look, it doesn't matter about your culture. When you've got a 207-pound safety, when you don't have enough ass on the line to be able to stop the run, it doesn't matter about the quarterback, and you don't have a freaking running back that can run for short yardage, which is the truth. people don't want to seem to understand this whole situation, and it is true. The Cowboys let themselves down, and as much as you want to say, well, Dak threw the interception, why did he throw those interceptions? One, CeeDee Lamb checked out. Two, all we can do is pass, which means we're one-dimensional, which means they've got extra men out there to help cover. And you're trying to get your wide receiver involved because he's checking out. Now, I'm not saying that he's not at fault at that, but you have to put all these things in the equation here. And as I'm looking at other teams, and still, Green Bay, you're right. And don't, everybody said, well, you lost to Green Bay, which is true. But you know what really happened in Green Bay? You know what really happened.
What's that?
16-game win streak, We beat the Eagles. We beat the Lions. We're playing at home. They're a 7th seed. We them boys. We're already planning for our post-victory party and stuff. You came in there like you were preordained to win, and you got bitch slapped, and you didn't know how to respond. And by the time you did, it was too late. That's what freaking happened. That happens sometimes in football.
When I did my video this morning, Mark, like you hear this word,
Joanne Gonzalez.
Like a bad culture problem. A culture, yes. And I laid it out. I was going to tell Mark, I know he's busy. I was thinking, do me a favor, watch the video and take a couple. He's good at editing, a couple pieces, the hot spots. I don't know how to do that shit. But
I like that.
Anyway, I thought I had a good rant when it comes to this. They want to talk about culture. They want to talk about underperforming. Mm-hmm. It started before the friggin' season last year, Mark, when everybody in the world knew that Leighton Vander Esch had a spinal issue, in his neck.
That for every year of his career.
One hit away. He was one hit away from calling it a career.
Right.
It's not like Overshown, Mark, got hurt in the regular season. He was hurt in the preseason, and yet they still were negligible in beating linebacker after linebacker after linebacker, leaving them exposed. That is not the quarterback, people. You can love Dak or hate Dak. That's not the quarterback. That is it starts at the top. The culture is at the top. This goes back to last year when John Ridgway was exposed. He was a freaking draft pick of the same year.
Yeah.
He had more of an impact on the Cowboys and the Commanders that same year than Mozzie had for us last year. So what are you going to expose a first-round pick?
It wasn't even close with what Mozzie did last year.
You want to talk about culture problem. You want to talk about you don't want to extend anybody because they haven't deserved it. What have you done, Stephen Jones, to deserve being the GM? And people are going to go, well, game time. He's not the GM. Oh, stop it. And I'll let you talk, Mark. But this is it. Ever since the Johnny Manziel draft, where you took Jerry Jones and stuck him in the closet and said, we're not drafting Johnny football, so zip it, Dad. I'm running the show. Since then, it's been the Stephen Jones, a.k.a. Catboy, a.k.a. Clown Show. The floor is yours.
Okay, so when I'd gotten that first video up, and then you called me about, did you hear about this? Like, I kind of saw that he was on a 1-year deal.
I didn't see that.
And I didn't. Well, I saw that late last night. I also saw that Jerry Jones had to do a paternity test.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was. I saw that after I did my fireside chat. I'm like,
because I mentioned that too.
Yeah, anyway, that was last night that they had mentioned that he's got it. And so then I started thinking, well, maybe we're sending all these other things out here to kind of blow that stuff out the water here. You know what I mean? To distract everybody from the fact that he has to take a paternity test on his alleged daughter here. And then I was hearing that, they've got no meetings scheduled. And so I went the whole motion of it's like, okay, if you're not going to restructure or redo any of these contracts, extend Dak and CD, then you've pretty much given up on this season. There's no way that you're going to be able to do anything more than what you did last year because you can't even bring in the free agents you just lost, right? They've got to get some money somewhere. Whether you talk about trying to get some, blue chip guys, you still have 16 bodies to replace, and you're currently $9 million over the cap. So you got to get enough money to get under the cap, and then to try and sign 16 guys. And that is going to take some money. So if you're not doing all that, then you're basically saying, we're setting up Mike McCarthy to fail. We're not going to pay Dak, and chances are he can go ahead and just say, "Screw this, I'm out," and so on. So it's like, why wait? Because you're basically saying we're going to blow it up. If you're going to blow it up, just blow it up now.
Yeah,
trade everybody. Trade Micah. Trade CD. Waste
Why
the
go
season.
through the horse and pony show?
Right.
It's
Go ahead.
stupid.
Go ahead and try and get down.
You know why, Mark?
Why?
You know why. So go ahead and tell everybody why we're going to the horse and pony show. But when you just strip it down, stop messing with us. But please tell us why, because we're watching guys in shorts here. We're all excited. Don't get me wrong.
Think about
we
this.
We should be paying attention. Real quick. Think
about this,
tell us why.
Think about it. The Cowboys are worth $9.2 billion, right? The next closest franchise is New England at $7 billion. Think about how many Super Bowls New England has won. Right? Think about that. We ain't won shit in 30 years, but we're worth $2.2 billion more. It's not about winning Super Bowls. It's about being a freaking reality show that keeps people watching. Tyler Davis, 5.02.
He's a big boy,
That's a big boy. He's all upper body there. It's about being, it's stirring the shit up. And so then I started thinking, oh, okay, here's the other part of the equation. In Lola, Miss Hot Sauce. Here's the other part of the equation that you probably weren't thinking about. You know what the Dallas Cowboys are doing. There is, and I don't want to sound racist, but there's a certain two nationalities that I used to always hate doing work for. Because no matter what price you would give them, you could give them the absolute rock bottom price, and they still would want an even better one. They would still say, okay, yeah, that's a good price, but, you're going to throw in this, this, and this. And it's like, dude, I'm literally paying you to do no, we need more. That's the Joneses. The other part of the thing is I looked at is look up the definition of procrastination. That is the Joneses. It's the thrill of it, the last minute thing.
Do you know what's going on, everybody? I mean, literally, just look at the headlines. Open up any sports app and hit NFL. All these teams are creating room for the cap.
Right. And getting ready for free
because
agency.
They know that this week coming up, March 11th.
Next Sunday.
Is legal tampering. It's all about to happen, people, in a little over a week. Now, I know technically they could get under and, Mr. Deadlines meets deals. I challenge Mark to let me know. I challenge him to answer me this.
I can't answer shit for him.
I want to know in what deadline that we've gotten a good deal. Okay?
None.
We could have signed. You could say whatever you want. Okay, I have a lot of Eagles subscribers that follow my channel just because I live local. But I try and keep it 100. I'm interested in this guy, by the way, Justin Edebike, 6'4", 3.5", 297. Dallas has some interest later rounds. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. What was I going with?
You were going with reading the headlines from everywhere. About what's going on.
Oh, I was talking about the salary cap, and everybody's getting under, and I lost my train of thought. But basically,
everybody's getting work
why
done.
do we? Oh, no, I was talking about contracts. Where have we gotten a good contract by waiting to make a deal? Look at the Eagles. Eagles went ahead. They had more time to do a Jalen Hurts deal. Okay, if you would have went to Dak last year, why is it against the law to give a guy? To give a guy a deal with a year left on his contract, or even a year and a half. Look ahead. Why can't you be smart? This is supposed to be a chemical engineer, rocket science, Stephen Jones, but none of his players can get signed early unless you have a torn ACL or you're injured.
Yeah.
Well, everybody saw this. You've lost at every point. I got people telling me, commenting on my video saying Dak doesn't have any leverage. I'm like, what are you talking about?
You're
Dak's
crazy.
sitting there with his stack of chips in front of him, and Stephen Jones has got he fucking $10 in chips, and he's sitting there thinking he's gonna do
Damn, that's a
something.
pretty.
Dak owns your ass. You're not gonna do nothing.
Brandon
Anyway.
Flask? Was that Flask? QB's far away. 4.78.
Braden Fisk. That's
Fisk.
Florida State defensive tackle. I like also in round 4-ish. Another
4.78.
big boy who
Damn.
could stop the run. If you don't get just like the Texas A&M guy, he's a little
Oh
smaller
my
than
God.
him.
That dude's huge.
Yeah.
That's like the mountain.
Well, you got the Texas guy is the guy that you had on your
Oh, my
thumbnail,
God.
who I like. Byron Murphy. It's funny. Half of these guys have already come out and said they want to play for Dallas. So,
Of course, because you may not win Super Bowls, but you're gonna get famous. You're gonna make money. So
all right. There you go, buddy. Go ahead. I mean, why do we have to wait until the last minute to do everything? Is it against the law to be proactive and see the landscape? You just want to sign the guys with off the field problems, or you want to sign injured people because you think you're getting a deal?
it's about the drama, bro. Look,
Well,
here's the definition. It's 10 a.m. You have a massive assignment, and it's 11:59 that night. I'm sorry. It's 10 a.m. and you have a massive assignment due at 11:59 that night. Have you started? Well, no, not yet. Anyway, so what do? You put everything aside and focus on finishing that assignment. 11 p.m. rolls around, and you're nearly done with it. You're down the home stretch. Finally, it's 11:58, and you hit submit. Finally done. But then you think, why do I always leave things to the last minute? You promised yourself, next time I won't. Spoiler alert, the same shit keeps happening.
yeah.
So there's 6 different kinds of procrastinators. The worrier doesn't start a difficult task because they don't believe they'll be able to complete the task. Therefore, the logic is not to start the task because they believe they will not feel the anxiety and failure if they do not start. The perfectionist, this ain't it, does not start the task because of fear of failure. Specifically, they will not complete the task to perfection. The overdoer, this type commits to too many tasks, failing to prioritize properly, and therefore does not complete the task they have committed to. Or, I think it's this one, the crisis maker holds a belief that they need stress to perform at their best, and they're addicted to living on the edge. Does that sound like us?
Oh, we're on the edge, all right. We're on the edge, all right.
Or a defier, a rebel seeking to break the rules. I don't know why they do it, but, Jerry Jones's whole motto is deadlines make deals get done. They get done, but they usually get screwed over because of it. You sit here and look and see how many bad deals we have made and how much dead money. Now, I know the Eagles had a
There's
bad
Chris
deal
Jenkins.
with
Just real quick,
502.
they met with him also, so he's a Michigan guy. But like I said, you can't just.
Mr. Jenkins. Not another Michigan guy.
Well, there's a lot of Michigan guys. That's because they had a good team. But hey, listen, I don't have a problem with him. He's not a first round pick. We're looking at round 2 or 3.
So let's start trying to put these pieces together here since we've got everybody on 1-year deals basically. Do we think that they're looking at trying to blow this thing up at the end of the year?
I don't. I honestly, my honest to God gut is they're still doing the 90s tactics. They're doing these 90s tactics, these pre-salary cap. Everybody wants to play for the Cowboys type BS. Dak
Quarterback's wide receiver Saturday.
Yeah, Dak would have at least 8 or 10 people, like teams, waiting for him to throw him a huge deal. And if you don't think so, anybody in the chat, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. You may not like Dak, and that's fine. And you may want to move on. That's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but I guarantee you, Dak, that's the worst thing you want to do is get to next year. Now, you say, well, why do we have to resign him? We could just extend it out. Well, Mark already laid it out to you. And I was watching Law Nation and he brought it up. I don't know Law Nation. I've never talked to him. Mark has. I don't.
He's been in
But
my
he
house.
said the same thing I'm saying. So he's saying, Mark's saying that if we extend it out, Dak will be gone next year. Once you do that, you're not bringing him back. Okay. Once you restructure his deal this year, you're not bringing him back. And then you still got to pay him $36 million on the cap next year. Can we do it?
No.
Yeah.
It'll be basically you'll pay 96.
Well, but I mean, it'll be 36 next year, right?
36, and if you restructure it, if you kick some of the money there, because you could move 20 million over in there until next year. So instead of 36, it's 56. But then it's 41 this year. Either way, you could fuck around and still owe him $96 million for the next 2 years and only have him for one.
They still owe him 96 after this year.
Exactly.
So think about that.
With this year.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I said. If you pay him the 59.5 this year or whatever the hell it is, then you restructure whatever. I understand what Mark's saying. Yeah. So basically, you got to pay him a big nut when he's not going to be here. Yeah, you've extended the contract, but he's done after this year.
Right.
You haven't extended him. You expended how the money allots on your salary cap. That's all you're doing. You're spreading money around.
And see, there's a misconception because people think, oh, well, just make him a post June 1st cut, because that way it reduces the number. It reduces it for this year. It basically splits it up over 2 seasons. So when we say let's cut Michael Gallup so we can save $7 million, you're saving $7 million this year, but then you've got that other,
13.
That 13
Whatever
is now
it is.
divided up over 2 years. So you have dead money. For example, we still have $7 million that we will be paying to Zeke this season.
We're still paying Zeke.
As I said, we'll be paying this year $7 million.
Everybody wants Zeke back. Stop.
We were paying last year still money to Lyle
There you
Collins.
go. Byron Murphy. He's another guy that
488.
He has ties to Dallas. Everybody has ties to Dallas.
Well, everybody wants to have ties to Dallas because that's where you're going to get publicity.
What's up, Coyote? How you doing, my man?
Miles Murphy, 521.
I'm curious to see. Well, yeah, I missed them all. They're really pumping. This is obviously taped. There's no way. This is obviously taped.
Yeah, they're not going through that fast.
Yeah, so that's which is kind of cool. But anyway, yeah, if anybody sees anything on here that you like, we'll talk about it. I do. I am looking at it, but we have a lot to talk about here. It's a mess, people. This starts at the top. And if you're a player, you do not want to be treated this way. This is not how you
yes and no, but
building a championship.
I don't know that though. But money talks and BS walks. You know what you're doing with the Cowboys. In the end, you go through a whole lot of shit, but you get paid in the end, right? Zeke Elliott, after he got Zeke who? Okay, then we blow the contract numbers out the water. He's the second highest paid running back in history.
I mean, it's like the locker room culture where everybody knows, because the Dallas doesn't even try and hide it. Everybody knows that you're here for 1 year. You're going to give it your all. If shit goes wrong, you're not going to circle the wagons like you might normally. I don't know. That's how I feel. I don't think it's a way to do business. And Jerry Jones is the cause of it. Jerry Jones has run any good coach out of town. I'm surprised. Listen, Mike McCarthy is the coach of the Cowboys. Why? He was out of football, okay? He was out of football. What good coach that's won Super Bowls and still coaching wants to come here? Okay, as far as I'm concerned, Bill Belichick said no thank you. I'm telling you, I don't believe that they didn't reach out to Bill Belichick. I think they don't want to have egg on their face. Here's Tevondre Sweat. He could very possibly be there.
360. Well, moving that kind of weight, 527.
Oh no,
not real fast. But see, I don't need a man fast. I need a guy
who can hold it down. It's the three-cone drill you want to see with him. You don't want to. This running 40 is ridiculous. But anyway, that being said, name the last coach that. What, Bill Parcells? Bill Parcells had it with Jerry Jones and hit the road. Jerry Jones couldn't make it work with Jimmy Johnson back in the day, and so much so that Jimmy Johnson, after winning a Super Bowl, said, "You know what? I'm out." Jerry Jones was too busy running and gunning, knocking. I'm sorry, but he has an illegitimate child from right around that time period. Now, Mark's telling me I don't know if it's the same child or another child that he has to have a DNA test for. He was just going. Jerry Jones was the man back in the day. He wanted all the credit for those Super Bowls. Jimmy's like, I'm gone. So who do we get? We got the Dave Campos. We got the Chan Galeys. We got the Phillips, Wade Phillips, all these guys who really weren't head coach material. We had Coach Clapp for 10 years because he was a yes man. And then we get Mike McCarthy, who was out of football. Okay. So name the last coach that had any real skins on the wall, active skins that came in and was, demanded excellence from their players. We don't want that with the Cowboys because no good coach wants to coach under Jerry Jones. And until I see it, I don't. That's just how I feel.
Well, they're
Howard Dickerson, no. I'll be back Monday, Howard.
I don't even know what to say on that, but it's at the point of.
I know it was a lot.
No, it's at the point of you're hamstringing him by basically letting everybody know you're on a 1-year deal, that we don't believe in you. You should at least say, even if it's a bullshit, you'll fire him after 1 year, but it's Jerry Jones and his penny pension. I'm going to make sure that you're going to fulfill that whole contract.
I know Fly Parks, but it's not right.
But you're hamstringing him by not going out and getting the players that you need. And, this whole thing with Dak Prescott's contract is people who are bitching about, it's going to be $60 million and everything else, don't really understand how much the salary cap goes up.
Something like 3.
Okay? Yeah. It was just like 2017, 2018.
I was so nauseous when I saw Stephen Jones talk about, the salary cap is a real thing. It's a hard cap. Yeah, okay. You're the only one that doesn't seem to know how to maneuver around the cap. Everything is, you wait, and then every player, if you notice, every player we sign is at the top of the market. You got to pay them early. You got to look ahead and say, what do I see this player? They used to do it from time to time. Sometimes you make mistakes, okay? Sometimes you sign a guy who's maybe not as good. Terrence Steele, I don't know. Like Mark did a video yesterday I was watching. Multiple outlets are saying that they possibly will draft a guy who could play right tackle to compete with a guy that we just signed for
$82 million. That was like, what? Although it was Mel Kiper Jr. So.
Well, I understand. It wasn't just Mel, though. It was Mel. It was the other guy. Listen, all I'm saying is that it doesn't seem like they have a rhyme or reason to what they do. I still don't know what they want to do with Tyler Smith. They say he's our left tackle of the future, and then we have injury, and we don't move him out to left tackle last year. We put in a guy who missed assignments left and right and almost got Dak killed in Chuma Edoga. It literally made no sense to me. There's no rhyme or reason what this team does anymore. And yet we still won 12 games. So what does that tell you? That does tell you that we have talent on the football team. I'm sorry to say, I know a lot of trolls want to say Dallas sucks. You don't win in 12 games 3 years in a row because you stink.
So let me say, Sam says Cowboys will never go to the Super Bowl until we draft a quarterback in the top 3, like we drafted Aikman, number 1 pick.
Light him up.
No, I'm not going to light him up. I'm going to say I think that's bullshit. Pat Mahomes was not a top 3 quarterback pick. Last I checked. Tom Brady wasn't a top 3 quarterback pick the last I checked. Very few of them are a top 3. I will say Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and Trey Lance were top 3 quarterbacks on 2021. I'll say Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota were 1 and 2 in a draft. you still have to have a team. And you can look and say, well, Pat Mahomes is special. And, the Kansas City decided to move on from Alex Smith. But they already had Pat Mahomes sitting on the bench for a year, and they knew what they had with him when they moved on. And they had a great coach, probably one of the best offensive minds out there. And they also have a really good team with a lot of talent. And the thing is you can say Troy Aikman won those Super Bowls, but compare the talent across the board, offense and defense, that the Cowboys had, and then go back and look at this one. We definitely don't have an Emmitt Smith on this team, do we?
No.
Last I checked, we don't. I know we don't have Larry Allen and Nate Newton and Gogan and Eric Williams and all that on that offensive line that are not getting injured. And we certainly don't have a Charles Haley on that defense along with Darren Woodson and crew and Ken Norton Jr.'s. You look at the talent that was there. You have Hall of Famers. We ain't got all those Hall of Famers here. We got Zach Martin and Tyron Smith that will be. But who else do you look on that team and say they're going to be a Hall of Famer? Now, maybe Mike if he has a long enough career.
Yeah, but it's too early to say
It's too early to say that. And you look at that and say, how many people from the teams that we have right now could even start on the 90s team?
Not many.
And Troy Aikman, as great as Troy Aikman was, what happened in those 2 games that Emmitt Smith didn't play when he was holding out?
We lost. And then...
Do you remember? I keep trying to find.
They didn't want to pay Emmitt Smith, people, and I saw that in my chat. So when Mark brought it up, I snuck it in. I mean, they didn't want to pay Emmitt Smith until they lost. It's all about leverage with the Cowboys. They think they got leverage in this situation over Dak. They are playing Russian roulette. I don't know if Mark listened to my video on the way this morning or if he was already there, but I don't know that do they not remember the Drew Bledsoes and the Quincy Carters and the Clint Sterners and on, all these quarterbacks that were nothing since Aikman. We finally get a quarterback, and we're playing games here. Now, Dave Thompson says Philly has $97 million in dead money on Hurts's contract already. And just real quick, Mark, and I'll let Mark continue. I was reading an article a little while ago, and this is a league source that there were 5 teams, that have reached out to the Chicago Bears in regards to their number 1 overall pick and moving up. And one of those teams was the Philadelphia Eagles. So I ask you, I've already brought it up. I ask you, now this is, I could find, this wasn't a fly-by-night, but I could find it. You could look it up and you could find it yourself. 5 teams, Eagles were one of them. Okay. So why the hell are they looking to get up to number 1? Why? Because it's broadly known. And I trust Howie Roseman. And all my Eagles subscribers will tell you, Howie will cut ties and move on in a heartbeat. He's already done it.
They'll admit they've made a mistake and go ahead. So,
Jalen Hurts is on a short lease. Bad contract or not, Dave, if he has another year like last year,
he's gone.
He gone.
And
I'm telling you, you can sit there and say, no. He's gone. And I'm not saying that's good, bad. I like Jalen Hurts. I'm not trying to. I'm just letting you know that don't just look at the Cowboys situation and it's a shit show. I mean, I get it. It is. But, right now, in Philly, they're hammering the Vic Fangio hire. I saw Twiz in Dan Saleo's live stream a short time ago. They're talking about Nick Sirianni is doing nothing. He has no job duties with the Philadelphia Eagles, yet he's at the combine. Our coach is back. I don't know what he's doing. Our coach is, doesn't want to go to the combine. We're going to let Stephen Catboy Jones man the combine with a damn 40-timer. And I know Mark says he's doing meetings and all. Well, a little bookworm, a little pocket protector in his front pocket. He's going in there talking about kickoffs and shit probably. Okay. But whatever. It's just ridiculous, people, that every year, our owner comes out and goes, hey, we're going all in. And then ever since that press conference, they've been doing nothing but backstepping away from it. away from it. You get all this money, Mark, all this rainfall, from the gods, all this $30 million, and instead of what do you think they're going to give it to me or you, Twiz? You think they're going to give it to the people who actually go to the football games? You think they're going to maybe do a dollar dog night, or maybe give you a break on the ridiculous price of parking over at AT&T Stadium? No, they're going to sit on the money and not do shit. Is what they're going to do.
All right, I finally found it for the first time. Here's the thing, because everybody's always like, you got to get Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman was the difference, and this, that, and the other. But here's the thing. When Emmitt Smith rushed for 100 yards, the Dallas Cowboys were 57-19. 57-19. So,
wow.
Yeah. Now, I want you to think about how many games that Tony Pollard had of rushing 100 yards last year.
I don't know. Maybe one. I don't think if you had one. Yeah.
One game.
That was just off of memory.
Okay. So I want you to understand, people, that the Cowboys, when they rushed for 100 yards, they were 75% win percentage.
That's a hell of a number.
Okay.
Hell of a number.
So
McKinley Jackson, this is the guy here that wants to play for Dallas. That's not a bad time, big boy. Here you go. Chris Jenkins is in his second run. I'm listening to you. That's a hell of a number, though, Mark. That really is.
And that's with, of course, Troy Aikman. So everybody thinks, oh, well, it's just Troy Aikman. It wasn't Troy Aikman. It was that big fucking offensive line. And being able to run the football and control the line of scrimmage.
What's up, Chelsea? How are you? I'm sorry to depress you, Chelsea, but I agree with you. It is. It's depressing. Now, listen.
So let's go back for a second.
Us as YouTubers are reacting as things happen. Things could all be great, But we could go sign Anthony Barr and everything will be fine. But anyway, I'll go ahead.
Okay, so let's go back to the San Francisco game 2 years ago in the playoffs, right? Everybody's like, well, Dak sucked. Okay, he couldn't get us over it. Zeke Elliott had 12 carries for 31 yards.
When, last year?
No, this was 2 years ago. So your lead back had 12 carries for 31 yards. Now, keep in mind, the Cowboys were butter when Emmitt Smith ran the ball well. And if your quarterback, if you knew, well, my quarterback's just great, how come when we played the Giants in the playoff and your lead back separated his shoulder, they didn't say, hey, Emmett, don't worry about it. We got Troy Aikman. Troy will win the game for us. No.
That's not how you win.
They strapped his arm up and said, Dog, we need you to win this game for us. Because it's about a team. People don't seem to understand this. They keep thinking that if we just go straight up to number one, get the top quarterback, we got the Super Bowl. It don't work that way, people. It don't work that way. So, there's that. So then let's go. Same game, same story.
What's that?
Let's get.
Let's see here.
Then let's go. Then the next year that we lost to San Francisco, keeping in mind what Emmitt Smith did. Zeke Elliott, 10 carries, 26 yards, was your leading rusher. Okay,
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to throw Zeke under the bus, but when you become one-dimensional in football, I loved it as a defensive lineman. If you're telling me I get to pass rush.
Not many teams. Now, what I would say in argument of that is look at the Super Bowl, right? You got Patrick Mahomes was down 14-0, threw a pick inside very close to their own red zone. Their defense stepped up, knocked them back out of field goal range, and the rest was history. So, I understand what you're saying. And they basically, but the difference was they were able to get back into the game, meaning Mahomes and Kansas City, in a fast enough time that by the end of the game, they still had the ability to run the ball. They didn't get down 21-0 at home against Green Bay because, like Mark said, we
But
were too
here's the
busy,
thing. They could have been.
planning victory parties and come hang out with the winning team at the club when you were getting your ass kicked. So,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what, that's
that's
the kind of stuff
basically
that
how it
bothered
is.
me.
Fly Parks. Jerry Jones thinking if you paid Dak all that money, you got to throw it 40 plus times a game. You know, I don't know what to make. Fly Parks. I know you're an Eagle fan, but I'm sure you would say the same thing if your quarterback did it. The Eagles run the ball. Eagles were one of the highest running teams in the league, and I think that's what your issue was your defense just fell apart. It wasn't really the offense, in my opinion. But in saying that, you need to get your house in order now, which is why we're talking about getting under the cap. I know they can get under the cap easy. It still doesn't make me feel happy that you failed to do that and you're waiting till the last minute. You need to go out and get yourself a linebacker and a defensive tackle at the very least in free agency. That's not counting bringing back the 2-3 of your own free agents. So you can go in the draft to do what? To fix the offensive line, because that's what needs to happen. That's where this draft is rich in the first round. There could be upwards of 10 offensive linemen. There will be 10 offensive linemen taken in the first round. There will be. Between tackle, guard, and center, there'll be at least 10 offensive linemen. So think about that. This is the year to get one. Dallas will screw it up, right? Dallas will screw it up. So they'll go out and sign one in free agent for, that's our luck. They'll get some middling guy or bring back Tyler Biotta. So they will be sitting there at 24 with offensive linemen on the board and really no defensive linemen that Dallas does everything ass backwards, Mark. Ass backwards. And it's just ridiculous at this point. Until they show me otherwise. Right, Thomas? I see Thomas Garrett. What's up, buddy?
It's funny because I'm looking at Twitter here. Cowboys fan talk. Y'all all hate Dak Prescott and can't wait to move on and start over. Well, if the Cowboys are about to rebuild, I can't wait to watch you soft-ass fans crumble. I remember these stretches when we had when we were the doormat of the NFC East, and even more of a joke, it's about to get real. And that's the truth. I remember those 5-11 seasons. Oh, my God. That was the worst, man. We couldn't bust a grape. And people seem to think that it's just real easy to just start all over. I got news for you. What did we do in the draft last year?
Nothing.
Are you really thinking that we get rid of the best players that we have, that we can automatically get better ones?
No. Listen, it's a what have you done for me lately, right? And listen, I always say we are one of the better drafting teams in the league. Second round, not included. Now,
yeah,
they did get Diggs in the second round, okay? And I'm sure there's other guys that we've gotten. But for the most part, we screw up the second round because we try and get cute. We try and get injured guys who would be a first round pick, that fall into the second round. That's what we try and do. We try and outthink ourselves. So the Diggs thing was lucky. They were literally considering taking Diggs in the first round that year, but we didn't, and we took him in a second, and it all worked out. But I'm not going to rely on the draft. We don't have a fourth and fifth round draft pick. It's pretty sad that we know now going in that I've done mock draft after mock draft. They need to trade down with that first pick. They need to. They need to find a partner and drop down 6 or 7 spots, or maybe even to Kansas City at 32 to get those picks back, because the meat of this draft is in the second, third, and fourth round. Third, fourth round. That's where it's at. That's where you want to be. So it's very frustrating, man.
I'm
very
here
frustrating.
Looking at over the cap right now. And I am freaking amazed, because I'm old enough to remember when it was the Commanders had the most cap room at $77 million.
I think they got it again, right?
No. Right now the Titans have overtaken them. They've got 78. The Bears have 78, and then the Patriots have 78. But the one that blows me away is every year New Orleans is like 70 million over the cap. Right now, New Orleans has moved all the way up to only 16 million over the cap. They've created over $50 million in cap space.
Already.
Yes, in a week, okay?
And what have we done in a week?
We've done nothing. We haven't done
That's what
anything.
ESPN said. That's my video said. They literally have done nothing since the end of the season.
Yeah.
Nothing. And they're
Other
talking
than
about bringing their
hiring
own
Mike
players
Zimmer,
back.
hiring Mike Zimmer, which was like the last defensive coordinator hired. Yeah. And so
Basically,
the thing that kills me is when I look at and I see the Rams with $39 million of cap space.
Oh yeah, well, they don't want to be the Rams, Mark, because they don't want to have to go and have to be in cap hell. Oh wait, they've already been through it and are back when the same time you're floundering.
And we're in the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly.
And went as far as we did.
Yeah. It's called purgatory, people. I'll argue until the last breath that's what we are. Purgatory. We won 12 games 3 years in a row. You're really spoiled. Okay. How many playoff wins have we won? One in the last 3 years. We've had one playoff win in 36 wins in 3 years. Because that's what Capoli wants to throw out there. He wants to throw out there, oh, well, we're the second most winningest team over the 3 year period, including playoffs.
Oh, he literally said we have the second most regular season wins behind Kansas City. Would you like your participation trophy, Stephen Jones?
No.
What the hell was that?
Yeah, sorry. I had a laugh on that one.
Oh, my God. But literally, but we don't have a culture problem. No, we have an owner idiot problem. See, most teams would look at it and say, damn, we've won 36 games in the last couple of seasons. Why don't we try and get a little bit more because we're close to try and win it all?
That's what I said. I want to know why we didn't do it last year. Why didn't we go in all?
Let's look at the big moves that we've done in the last couple of years. We got rid of Amari Cooper, Cedric Wilson. We got rid of Zeke. Right? We got rid of Connor Williams. We got rid of Lyle Collins. What have we done to replace any of those guys?
Well, what we normally do is draft and keep our own, but now it's kind of tough to do that when you can't even get your draft picks on the field last year. That's where it's funny.
Yeah.
You're going to go into the draft. What have you done for me lately? That's how this business is. How did you do in the draft last year? You did horrendously. I mean, literally, we could go. I'm not going to, but we could go pick by pick. Your best pick was an undrafted guy, which was T.J. Bass. That's pretty sad.
Kicker.
Dallas would be dangerous if they took care of the details in free agency. Linda, that's what I've been saying. But first, you got to manage the cap. Let's manage the cap first, and then let's, get, what I mean? That's the frustrating part. But my stream is poor. Great.
Your stream is poor.
It'll be all right. Easily bounces back. It was fine.
It looks fine.
Yeah.
I don't know. You got a problem on the left side of the screen. It's like this big blob that just looks hideous. But other than that, it looks great.
What do you mean a big blob? What are you talking about?
Me. You dumbass.
The fuck are you talking about? A 5'11" gets us better picks at least. Yeah, well, that's Coyote. That's the thing. If you are a team that it takes pride in drafting, wouldn't you want to go all in? I'll tell you why they don't. Because it's for the fans. Going all in doesn't help them out any. They're already winning awards for marketing, and you're going out and having new collaborations with AT&T and all these different things. You see it when you watch the shows. You know with who their sponsors are, Dr. Pepper and whatever. They're already winners in their mind. They have their five or their three Super Bowls in their war chest. It's us fans who want another one. Do they want one? Yeah, they'll take one, but it's got to be the way they're going to run it because they got to keep that machine working the same way every time. That way, we buy them jerseys around the holidays. We buy the hats and the hoodies and the t-shirts. That's what it's about. Unless they prove me wrong. Maybe they'll prove me wrong this year, but I can only react to what I'm hearing in the now. And right now, it's not good. That's all. I'm not trying to be negative.
Yeah, you are. I'm not. It's it's better to be.
I don't want to be negative. Hey, Maureen, how are you?
It's better to be realistic instead of going in here thinking everything's hunky dory and all that, and keeping pressure on them. That's the bottom line, because we keep getting fed bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
All right, here we go. We got a different drill. These are these big boys? Yeah, these are big boys. Wow.
Okay. This is Michael Gelkin 5 hours ago. Here at the Combine, the Cowboys have fewer scheduled meetings with agents than in past years. There's no hint on the precipice of a high-priced free agent fury that would resemble what most associate with an all-win buzzword seems case from the start. So they ain't talking to anybody's free agents. They're not talking to anybody.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the same thing.
This is why I react the way I do. I mean, sorry. Hey, Alina, how are you? I just saw you were in the chat. It's very frustrating. Very, very frustrating.
It literally makes me sick to my stomach.
But, there you go. Walker Wade, your buddy. Waste of time hoping for anything good this season. Walker Wade, $2 super chat.
Shout out to Walker Wade. Welcome to the funeral of the 2024
Yeah, I don't want it to be a funeral. I hope they sit there and sign people, and first you got to get under the cap. But, we'll see.
Well,
we shall see.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow we'll have some. I mean, at this point, I would just be happy about anything happening. We haven't done anything. We haven't, redone a contract to even just get below. We're not talking to anybody. We are doing absolutely squadouche.
I want to know what he's doing there. What's up, West Virginia country boy? How are you? This is Cowboy version of The Last Dance. What's up, short dog? How are you? Ruben Walls, welcome. Mark Hutchin, what's up, buddy? I don't think I'm... Maureen Baldwin, I believe Steven is being put on a short lease to prove he's worthy of the job. I wish you were right, but I don't think that there's anybody else that's going to get that job. Thomas Garrett, I'm tired of the BS, man. I'm also tired of leopard face, too. Dollar bill. Yeah, I can't believe Stephen Jones is 59, Mark. You believe that?
He's only a year older than I am.
I told you that.
Not that I'm saying I look good or anything like that. But
listen, I got gray too, but my man is bald, gray, leather-faced.
The Reaper says
that's a lot of guilt. That's built up. Something going on.
Go Niners. Cowboys ain't going nowhere next year either. Oh, boy.
Well, you know how that works. You lose the Super Bowl, you don't normally get back. But,
Look,
guys,
who
knows?
It's the Chokers, a.k.a. the Whiners. Lola giving them the business here. Kyle Jenkins.
Thanks, Clemente. Yeah, Chris Jenkins, that's, these are guys, I mean, I expect at least one of these boys. I would like to get one in free agency.
Well, now the question will be okay, it seems like we're going to be going on the line. Will it be offensive line or defensive line?
Has to be offensive line. Has to be. Like in the first round, there's no way they can take Amazi's. I mean, just looking at what's going to be there, That's why I said moving back makes the most sense. Maybe move back a couple times, depending on who's there. I think as much as I want a center, I think they're going to get a left tackle. I think they're finally going to pull the trigger on a left tackle, which tells you how bad last year's draft was because we drafted a left tackle last year, right? We drafted the guy out of North Carolina, and we don't know what he is yet. That's the problem. We drafted him in the 5th round, and we went with Achuma Edoga, who almost got Dak killed many a times on missed assignments.
Don't know what I got for Mr. Roboto. We've got Xavier says Jimmy Johnson told Jerry F this team and blow it up. And we've got the Reaper says, does Dallas know it could save $25 million if we re-sign Dak? Because I can't tell that they know that. Maybe they are done with Dak. Maybe they are ready to move on. But and if you don't re-sign it, then tank for 3 years, draft Archie Manning, stack the fridge. Could you imagine if the Cowboys were tanking for a couple of years? What it would be like for the fans around here?
Don't scare me, Walker Wade. I wouldn't, Arch Manning. I don't know. Hopefully, I don't even know if he's that guy. Is he that guy? I need to see more. I mean, look at teams like Chicago. Look at teams that have had. Look at the Washington Commanders. Look at all these teams who've had all these first-round quarterbacks and can't seem to get the job done.
Oh,
it's a risk. What's up, Sledhead? How are you, buddy? 49er fans. There he is, baby. Bang, bang, buddy. We'll be back in the NFC Championship, Brian. Yeah, you may get to the championship, but normally if you lose the Super Bowl, you don't get back. I'm not saying the Niners won't. On paper, they're favored, but I'm just saying usually the team who loses the Super Bowl has, for whatever reason, takes a step back. That's not me. That's just the odds. Buddy Johnson, what's up, buddy? Game time. Could you see Stephen Jones sell the team after Jerry Jones dies? The money. You're printing money. I got news for you, and I don't wish this on anybody, but Jerry looks. Stephen don't look that great. I would be. This is more of a question. Who would run the team if, God forbid, something happened to Steven? Would it be Jerry Jones Jr.? I don't think he really wants it. Is it going to be the grandson, forehead? I don't know. It ain't going to be Charlotte. It might be.
It might be the
I don't know.
one.
Pioneer, what's up, man? So far, I'm not feeling Jimmy Johnson effect. There ain't no Jimmy Johnson effect. We were hoodwinked. You got that drop on you, Mark? We was hoodwinked.
Oh, you mean bamboozled.
Bamboozled.
Oh, I say it again. You've been had. You've been took. You've been hoodwinked. Bamboozled. Led astray. Run amok. This is what he does.
Okay, so let me.
Will Sports Topics. What's up?
Okay, you tell me which ones are winners, or you keep track it for me. How many of these are true winners? Okay, these are first round guys drafted in the first round as quarterbacks. Okay, we'll just go back for the last 10 years. We'll start out in 2014. Number 1 pick of the draft, Blake Bortles. Okay.
No. Yeah, that's a no. I'll give you that now.
Okay, and then Ruben Walls, what's up? How are you doing? Mark Holmes, Will McClay. The next,
Will McClay is the one who went on a table for Mozzie Smith. So much as I love Will, he is he does have flaws. Nobody's perfect.
Okay, 2015, Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston, that would be a big no.
And number 2 was Marcus Mariota.
Big no. Okay. He did beat us, though, the 1 year, but no.
All right, so 2016. So we got 3 no's so far. Jared Goff?
I would say you would have to go, with that one. He was a good quarterback, right?
Okay.
He may not live up to the number 1, but I would say Goff. You have to.
Carson Wentz?
No. He was an MVP runner-up, but that was it.
Paxton Lynch.
Paxton Lynch, the guy who Jerry wanted to trade up for, that would be a no.
Okay, so far we've got one winner.
And it's a borderline because
Okay. All right. We have Mitch Trubisky.
no. Hell no.
Okay, now we're actually getting a good one. We've got Pat Mahomes,
Yeah, my homeboy.
Deshaun Watson.
No. I don't know. You tell me. He's been a failure at this point.
The
He has
best
not
year
lived
he
up
had
yet.
was on a 4-12 team. So isn't that garbage time?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's a good point.
Okay. 2018, Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield. Yeah, he's going to make 40-something mil this year, but yeah, no, he's not where they wanted him. He was number one overall.
Okay. Sam Darnold.
He's on his third team. Sam Darnold, no. That was another failure.
Josh Allen.
You know, I like Josh Allen, and he's racked up the playoff wins, but I would have to say Allen was a good pick. I mean, he's not without flaws, but it's like Dak, but Dak wasn't a first-round pick.
Okay. Josh Rosen.
No, that was bad.
Lamar Jackson. Although if you were grading Lamar Jackson on the Dak Prescott curve, he would be garbage. If he was
Because he's
down.
only got 2 playoff wins.
Right. Okay.
He has the same exact playoff record as Dak Prescott at 2-5, yet he's good and Dak stinks. That's why when people want to troll, stop, because you know, like if you're not going to keep it 100, then zip it. Same playoff. Okay, he's got better stats in the regular season. I don't care that Lamar won the MVP this year. I'm happy that he did, but Dak had a better statistical year by far.
Okay.
He didn't have that signature win that Lamar
Dak
did.
Prescott with weapons all around him. Amen on that one. Okay. 2019, Kyler Murray, number 1 pick.
Yeah,
Okay. Daniel Jones,
Danny Dimes. No, thank
Dwayne
you.
Haskins.
Rest in peace, Dwayne.
Okay. 2020, Joe Burrow. You got to say Joe Burrow's good.
Yeah, I love Joey.
Okay. Although he's injury prone. Tua.
It's still out.
Okay. Justin Herbert.
If you're going by playoffs, then he hasn't had no, absolutely
He has
not.
no playoff one yet. Jordan Love.
As of now,
His
no.
first season, yeah, in the time he's been there, since 2020, he's had one season. Although he kicked the Cowboys'
I mean,
ass.
you know, he could turn that around.
Okay,
Yeah.
2021.
Dave Thompson, I know Kyler's never lost to Dak, but it's not the Dak Cowboys, it's the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, so
Dak doesn't play defense.
we got Trevor Lawrence,
No.
Zach
He
Wilson.
Disappointed. Who? Zach Wilson? He's on the trading block. You
Yeah,
can make a trade for
okay.
Zach Wilson.
I got some tuna fish here. Okay. Zach Wilson was the number 2 pick, and Trey Lance was the number 3. Third pick. You saying Trey? Some Cowboy fans will say he's going to be a Super Bowl winner. And then there's Justin Fields. 4 quarterbacks taken in the first round of 2021.
Philly D. Herbert is good. Okay. You know, well, Philly D is not the guy who wants to cry for playoffs. Herbert is good, but he's had no play. He actually blew a 23-point playoff lead, and how he hasn't won a playoff game.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Okay.
again, if you're going to say Dak stinks, okay, and this isn't about Dak, but if you're going to say Dak sucks because he's only has 2 playoff wins,
Then you gotta
and then
say
you have a
Lamar
quarterback
Jackson
who
does,
has, you know, doesn't have any playoff wins and has lost and blown leads. You know, you can't have it one way and not the other. You know, that's all I would say. You know,
All right. Then you've got 22, Kenny Pickett.
no, they're already looking for another quarterback. Little hands, doll hands, Pickett.
And then last year, Bryce Young. It's too early to tell.
They're hating them down in Carolina because they could have had themselves some C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud right now looks good after the first year, but
Yes.
let's
Yeah,
let's get a couple of years on it.
So did
And-
Deshaun Watson, and so did the guy with the Washington Commanders, Robert Griffin III.
Yeah,
Remember the first
right.
year he was off the charts, and then that was it. So you got to give it a little more than 1 year.
Well, they had that last place schedule too. Let's see how they do in the first place schedule this year.
Right.
And Anthony Richardson.
I like Anthony Richardson, but he got hurt, so the book has not been written on these guys, these younger guys.
Okay, so out of all of those first round quarterbacks, how many are we saying we're definitely?
I would think so, Philly D, but we're going on what has happened.
So,
yes, David Cowboy, we will be sleeping in the first round of free agents. I won't. We'll be here to rip them, but I don't know. Maybe not.
So the only one of all of those quarterbacks drafted in the first round that has a Super Bowl win is Pat Mahomes.
He's got multiple.
Yeah. And so Cowboys' philosophy is, and we've seen some people say, all you got to do is draft the quarterback in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
We've seen quite a few that have been first round, from Blake Bortles to Trevor Lawrence to Kyler Murray and so on, that haven't busted a grape and literally got paid because it's just a lack of quarterbacks. There's not necessarily, there's no rhyme or reason. There's going to be 3 quarterbacks taken in the first round, and 2 of them guaranteed will be bust. 2 of them will be bust.
Dave Thompson says 60% of the Super Bowls since the Cowboys last won a Super Bowl have been won by first-round QBs. Favre and Breeze won Super Bowls, but were picks 32 and 33 in the second round at the time. So,
Yeah, well, that may be true. First-round quarterbacks were, but not all of them were.
I'm not against having a quarterback in the first round. Usually, that's what's good. But in all those cases, you need to have a team around them usually. Pat Mahomes, be damned. He's an anomaly.
They had playoff team. No, but let's be clear. When they moved on from Alex Smith, they were already a playoff team. They already had a foundation there. And he got a chance to play.
Ruben Walls.
Watch before he actually played.
I can't stand the Dak Prescott haters. Well, Ruben, I'm not like that. I'm a guy who allows you to have your opinion as long as you do it in a manner where you're not trolling. Hey, if you want to say Dak stinks, it doesn't make much sense. You could say you don't believe he's going to win a Super Bowl, and you're entitled to your opinion, but I don't see how you can honestly look at that playoff game. Was I happy? No. But I was more egregiously upset from the top down. We have a problem. We've had a problem. Listen, how many times can you watch ESPN? That video I put up this morning with ESPN, they were nice. I thought they were being relatively nice, and they had done literally nothing since the end of the season to you say anything other than same old, same old. So that's, in my mind, get ready for it, unless they surprise us. Recent history will tell you they're not going to surprise us. So my thing is, why bring Dak back if you're not going to?
If you're not going to actually try, yeah.
You're just wasting my time. Let him go. Let the boy go. Let the man go and have opportunities somewhere else. And it's pretty sad that we as the Cowboy fans have to sit back and root. I don't want to root against my team, but okay, if Dak's gone, it's a lot of pressure to put on Trey Lance or whoever you're going to bring in here.
Okay, let me put it this way. Now, we talked about how the Cowboys, because everybody says Troy Aikman, was a difference maker because he was a first-round drafted quarterback. And we did that statistic. Cowboys, when Emmitt Smith rushed for 100 yards, they were 57-19. John Elway didn't win the Super Bowl until his last 2 years. And what happened those last 2 years? Did he become a better quarterback? Or did they get a great running game to go with it? Because his last season, he threw for 2,800 yards, 22 TDs, and 10 interceptions. Is that a Hall of Fame performance for a season to win the Super Bowl? The year before they won the Super Bowl, 3,600 yards, 27 TDs, 11 interceptions. Those are pedestrian numbers by a quarterback. He's had great years before that, 4,000 yards and 28 TDs and 10 interceptions, but they weren't winning those Super Bowls. You can look at Russell Wilson when they had Marshawn Lynch and he's getting 1,300 yards in beast mode and a great defense. He's getting 22 TDs and they're winning the Super Bowl. When he was throwing 40-plus TDs in a season, they weren't winning dick. That's the thing most fans don't seem to understand. You talk about how great, Lamar is so great. Lamar didn't have that many touchdowns. He didn't. Look at Buffalo, what was happening with Buffalo until they played us, and they said, you know what? We need to take the ball out of Josh Allen's hands more because he's doing these turnovers because we're throwing too much. And what did they do? He threw 13 passes against us. They literally ran down our throats, and that was the winning formula that they started having. Hey, and that's where Diggs kind of was like, hey, I'm kind of the forgotten man in this offense. But they realized with the change in offensive coordinators and being more balanced made them a better team. You can't just constantly throw the football. And every time we've gotten in the playoffs, we've become one-dimensional where we just throw the football and can't stop the freaking run.
Yes. Linda Conyers, I don't know why you guys are so concerned about Dak's contract. This time next year, you're going to see 70, 75 million contract.
That's what I keep trying. You know what? Linda, I would love to meet Linda. Linda, you are the wisest football fan out there. You know more than most people that are actually on television. And that's what I tried to point out to people because it's like the salary cap went up by $31 million this year. $60 million this year is actually 53 last year, percentage-wise. I don't know. Maybe young people today, they don't do math in school and shit, and they don't teach them jack. Maybe they don't understand the numbers. But that's literally how it works out. It's not like this is going to be the last contract. It'll forever be the highest contract ever in the history of football. Jimmy freaking G, Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins, Matty Ice have all been the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Kyler Murray was. Deshaun Watson was.
Deshaun Watson has a fully guaranteed contract. $230 million, I believe. Fully
Lamar
guaranteed.
Jackson had been. Justin
You think
Herbert
they're not trying to
been.
bail out of that contract if they could? You don't think that Cleveland's regretting that disaster? But he's got it. So I'm not worried about that. That's why I believe this is all a tactic, which is I think that the Cowboys are stuck in some old school negotiation tactic where Jerry Jones thinks he's doing something.
Yeah, that he's getting Dak Prescott to, he's
getting laughing at you.
You know what? Dak thinks that we don't want him here. We'll get a better deal because he's desperate to stay. Dak ain't desperate to stay, bro.
Listen, would Dak like to stay? Sure. But at the end of the day, I'm sure there's a nice chunk of Dak that will be like, you know what? F this. I want to go to a team. I'll go to Atlanta Falcons next year with all the weapons that they got. Let's ride over there. Let me win and then shove it right up Steven, a.k.a. Clown Boy, ass.
No, you didn't say Clown Boy. You know what? Here's my thing, okay? Here's what I would think would be a better approach. We've gone through over and over and over again this whole trash the player and make them seem greedy and not a team player and stuff, and create all of these hard feelings and stuff between
Hey, Brad,
the players,
how are you,
right?
buddy?
Why don't you instead, this is what I would love. I would rather somebody be straightforward with me Okay, and you and I have talked about this and stuff other times. But how about Jerry Jones actually said, Dak, let's just get Dak in my office. Dak, I'm 82 years old, man, and I want to win one more of these Super Bowls. And we want to do some things, to help you and to help me. How about we try and get a contract that works for both of us? We kicked this thing a couple extra years on this thing, because honestly, Dak, if you can get a Super Bowl here, you're up there with Aikman, you're up there with Staubach, you can be Tony Romo, but better on television because we know you can speak well. You see Moose Johnson, you see Tony Romo. If you won a Super Bowl, you'd be above those guys right there. You would be set for life. Everybody would love the hell out of you. And this is where we need to work together. And by doing so, I need some help on this contract. If you were to come to me like that and say, we're going to take care of your offensive line, we're going to get you a running game, and we're going to bring in some players because we want to win, then I'd be like, yeah, I want to do that. Let's do that. But this shit of let me trash you and say you're greedy and then don't do shit to try and win. If I'm Dak and I'm looking and seeing the Eagles go out and get Swift, go out and get A.J. Brown and stuff, have a great offensive line, right? That they're constantly trying to, and I see San Francisco out here trading for Christian McCaffrey and bringing in, you know what I'm saying? I see all these other teams getting all of these extra weapons and pieces and stuff, and here it is. I lose my best friend in Zeke, and I don't get another running back. I lose, Amari Cooper, a great wide receiver and stuff like this. I keep seeing us lose all these pieces around, and you're asking me to take a pay cut, and you're not doing shit to help me. Why should I take a pay cut? Who's it helping? It ain't helping me.
Yeah, I agree.
That's to me, I would rather you come to me like that instead of basically trashing me.
Ruben Walls, I enjoy the stream. Please do more like these. Well, Ruben, it's a 5-hour, buddy. I don't know. I'm sitting here with COVID, trying to recoup, and I got to deal with my team not giving me anything to look forward to. It seems
well,
like.
Let's ask the question: which is worse? Which is making you feel worse, the Cowboys or COVID?
Yeah, it was definitely the Cowboys. COVID. This is not my first rodeo with COVID, so it's just it just feels like bad allergies is what it feels like, but it kind of comes in waves. So, looking at Byron Murphy the second. A lot of athleticism in that young man. Look for a lot of University of Texas boys coming out. But it's going to be interesting. I just don't know. This team, for a marketing genius, they seem to not know what to say and to do in the public, or they just don't care. Do they not just care? Philly D, not the best right now, man. I'm not horrible, but as you could tell, I sound a little stuffy.
Well, but see, here's the problem, Mike. It's like that's why I don't mind having Dak for one more year, but pay him $62 million. Don't sign him for 5 years. The problem here is if you do that, you're not going to have money to really go through and make the team better. If that, honestly, for me, if that's your plan, we're not going to pay you after this year. We're going to keep you at that.
Right.
Just blow the thing up now.
Because
you're starting over next year. As much as people think that Trey Lance is ready to take over and do,
if that's the case, then the CFO waivers no trade and trade him. Give him the reins this year. If I'm Dak Prescott, I know he'll play under the 54 point. Listen, Dak's had to play under the last year of his deal pretty much every time with the Cowboys. They have not addressed this situation ahead of time to make him feel warm and fuzzy. Now you're going to say, wow, he made all these millions of dollars. You can't hold that against Dak. That's the nature of the position, especially when you play at a high level. He had his best year of his career, whether you like it or not, this year. Okay, he's betting on himself and he's winning. So when I see people in the chat that says, Dak, go get as much as you can, absolutely. The only thing I'll hold Dak to the fire is he hasn't opened his mouth enough. he has not opened his mouth enough. And I think he wants to play with the Cowboys so bad that he's willing to eat a little bit of the crap, but it's starting to come back on you, man. Now, I have noticed that he has been opening up more and more. So,
That Dak has?
yeah, he's like his post games over the last couple of years have gotten a little more testy, and he's not willing to take the bullet for every little thing that goes wrong. He's willing to call people out. Brad, no, I was told that I could have off till Monday, so I go back Monday, buddy. Yeah, I was going to go back tomorrow because that's when I'm eligible to go back, but I'm not looking forward. I'm not able to go back tomorrow, but I was thinking maybe Saturday they go, oh, we got the coverage, just take off till Monday, which is good for me. So I'm off till Monday, so I could stream this lovely combine all weekend. So
Walker Wade said Troy wasn't ready when he took over. Mark, give Trey Lance a chance. Yeah, but it ended up being a couple of years before we got that. There's no patience here. There's not going to be any patience for Trey Lance. I just don't see that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I can tell you this right now. If the Cowboys thought they could get great quarterback play out of him, trust me, they wouldn't be talking about extending Dak.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, they wouldn't be saying, they would actually, it would be Dak who? Dak who?
Yeah, that's why when Mark said, well, I don't know if it was Mark, it was somebody who said that this extra cap money on the surface, you think it's a great deal, but for Dak, it really wasn't. But Dak still has the leverage. Don't kid yourself. But now what it does is it gives the Cowboys an escape hatch to not extend him. But again, it's only going to cost you more. What if you start Trey Lance, right? Let's say Trey Lance looks horrendous in the preseason, throwing interceptions all over the field, okay? Which could very well happen. So, and let's say he don't look great. Then what do you do? And then you go with Dak. Dak ain't coming back. If he goes into the season, I'm telling you now, he's not coming back. And that's where Dak and his agents need to be telling the Cowboys right now. You either sign me now or you don't sign me. And if that's the case, we would be willing to accept a trade offer to this, that, and this team right now. Yeah. That's what I would do if I was Todd France. I would be listen, I would be forcing the issue on this team, making them squirm a little bit. Because they're doing nothing but flexing in the media, sending Michael Gelkin out to say this, say David Moore writing articles. They're doing it on purpose, Mark. They're trolling Dak Prescott is what they're doing.
And that's what they do. But here's the thing I would do if I were Dak. I wouldn't say trade me
I'm going to let my dog out.
Okay. If I'm Dak, I'll let him let his dog out. If I'm Dak, I'm not saying trade. I'll waive my trade clause and go out now. Because you're then going to hurt the team that you're going to. Oh, that was quick. See, I look at it differently. If I'm Dak, I'm going to go through this as a lame duck year and say, you know what? I'm not going to give them an easy out and give them draft capital. If I want to go someplace, last thing I want to do is have them give up a couple of number ones. I want those number ones on the team that I'm going to go to so they can get more people around me. So I'm just taking my $59 million and I'm walking and leaving you with nothing. You're muted. Can't hear you, bro.
I would say that knowing that they don't want to move on from me.
Yeah, because you know what? Whether you like him or not, he's made them a hell of a lot of money because he is the lightning rod that everybody talks about. That's what it's all about. And that's why they will sign him, because he has been the golden goose.
Yeah. Keep an eye on this guy here in McKinley Jackson. He's the one that out of Texas A&M. He's a big boy. He's got some good athleticism there.
He's got really long arms. Chris Jenkins.
Yeah.
Chris Jenkins.
But Dave Thompson, you got to remember, Dave Thompson says, France bent them over last time. I wouldn't let him do it again. Well, here's the reason.
They allowed it
He
to
made
happen.
Dak play on the franchise tag not once but twice, which is why in the deal they wouldn't allow them to be able to use the franchise tag again, and they asked and got for a no trade. So, how desperate were the Cowboys to give you a no trade and to say you can't franchise you again? So,
Again, that's because they wait till the last minute.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. The real fan won. Dak made a bunch of money from being Cowboys QB via those endorsements. I get that,
Hold
but
it. Wait. Stop right there. Stop right there. You know why? Because did Quincy Carter get a lot of endorsements because he was just a Cowboys quarterback?
yeah,
Did
he
he?
got a lot of flour endorsements, like
Okay, no, he
cooking
didn't.
flour. Oh, it was Coke.
You
Sorry, it
didn't
wasn't
just
flour.
because you're a Cowboys quarterback. Did what's his name? Andy Dalton. Did Andy Dalton get any endorsements? You got to be a good Dallas Cowboy quarterback. So don't act like, well, we just gave you. No, you still have to freaking perform to get that. This whole thing. Well, he's a Cowboy quarterback, so he's going to get endorsements. If you're a good one, he's still got to work, man. So don't go there with that. I remember Jenkins' daddy. Like Jerry said, deadlines make deals. Deadlines make bad deals. That's what I'm going to start saying. That's what we need to start saying.
Yeah,
Jerry Jones, deadlines make bad deals.
I don't think that. It's hard for me to question Jerry Jones's his deal making, but as far as football deal making, not so much.
Well, I'm with you on that. We spent a 4th-round pick for a developmental quarterback, and that is Lance. Yeah, I agree. And this is where it's going to be the draft when we go. You know, we're only
Less than 2 months away.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, less than 2
That
months.
third day is going to be rough.
Why?
Okay, we got the first night will be great, first round. Second night will be second and third round. And then we've got the 4th and the 5th round.
Well, yeah, we'll probably have.
Shit, we could
might
sleep
head
late. we could sleep late and come out in the afternoon.
Well, not if they trade down. Like I said, I think what they need to do is trade down and get some picks. I'm sorry. If it falls the way I think it's going to fall, especially if some of these lower quarterbacks go before us, like J.J. McCarthy should not go in the first round.
Right.
But if he does, then that more players slide to us. Give me 4 or 5 guys on the board that we like.
Yeah.
Let's trade down and get more picks. I think we have to.
I tell you one thing, man. This fucking chair. It was funny last night. I put this chair together, right? And because it came in missing a part. At FedEx, UPS, the box was destroyed, and the mounting piece was gone. So they had to send me another one. And I put it together last night, and I was like, "Hey, Trey, check out this chair." She got in here, and she was like, "Oh my god, this chair feels so good." And I was like, "Okay."
Nice.
It's like, "Can I have my chair back?" It's like she's like, "I need one of these." I was like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to get you one because you ain't taking mine, damn it."
Playoffs.
But,
Playoffs.
We're not. We've got no picks in the 4th and 5th round here, and the 6th
Right
and
now.
7th. Well, right now, true. Well, we could get. You know how we could get one? We could trade CeeDee Lamb.
Well,
Okay, because we traded Amari Cooper for a 5th. I figure we ought to get a 4th for CD.
playoffs,
Well,
so we can win a game.
well, I keep hearing people saying, let's trade Trey Lance. Nobody wanted him.
What do you think? Wait a minute, we overpaid for him. Okay,
We haven't established any real value yet. He hasn't played again. So
Okay, let's-
at some point maybe we'll flip him. But I got news for you. You already have to make a decision before the end of this year whether you're going to give him the 5th-year option.
Okay.
And if you do, then you're paying him $22 million.
Let's back up here, people.
Think
for
about
a second.
that.
Hold on. I want you people to understand something. The 49ers don't ever want to do anything for the Cowboys. Okay? They do not want to help the Cowboys. But the Cowboys literally blew all the other offers away for Trey Lance. Everybody else was talking about, a 7th or a 6th. Cowboys come up with the 4th, and it's like, well, damn.
They were like this. Yeah, they were drinking their drink when Jerry goes, well, we'll give him a 4th. They were like,
what? Done.
done deal.
We overpaid.
Done.
Okay.
Sold. I mean, gee, you don't.
Wait a minute. Let's back up here. Let's just. I want for those out there that say blow it up. Understand, Amari Cooper, you traded for a 5th. Okay, a proven commodity. You took
Perennial
a
Pro Bowl.
4th on a guy that they could not win with a loaded team. That they gave up 3 number 1s and a 2nd to get him, and they said, you know what? We just can't work with this guy. Okay? So we don't get enough in return, and we pay too much when we make trades. The only good trades we've had, I'd say Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks, but I'd say that's kind of a year or two late. I would have liked to have gotten Bobby Wagner 2 years ago. Now I'm
getting nauseous just thinking about it.
Oh my God! Bobby Wagner. It's been $12 million. That's all he's made in the last 2 years. It's $12 million. Could you imagine? Just $12 million. It wasn't a whole lot of money. We screwed the pooch. Saquon. So everybody's saying Saquon to the Cowboys, or they'd like to see Saquon. I'm not sure about Saquon because Saquon's. We need a between the tackles,
we need to fucking get an offense and defensive line and linebackers. We can't field a team right now. If we had to play a game today, we don't have enough linebackers. We got a guy named Buddy Johnson, and I think he's in my chat. So I hope that's not the Buddy Johnson that's on our practice squad. If it is, Buddy,
shit.
we got to talk.
Well, we got Overshown that'll be coming back from an ACL.
Okay,
and we know how well
so we're going to count on a guy who has not even one NFL snap, regular season snap, under his belt that's coming off an ACL. That's not fair to Overshown. He has to be an extra guy at this point. He can't be relied upon. This is how we. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's how we do it here.
For high draft picks, Alex. Listen, man. I don't even know what makes sense. I don't know. Down is up is down. We're like in the inside out. It's like watching Stranger Things. This is all ass backwards. You would think that after that shit show in the playoffs that we would be getting stuff in order, getting ready to hit the free agency because we know we need a linebacker. We know we need a defensive tackle to go into the draft. And, oh, my God, take the best player available because every time we've had great success, it's taking the best player available, not reaching for a Mozzie or reaching for a Taco Charlton. Come on, man. Come on.
Chris May.
Oh, indeed. Giants are going to get better, too. They're going to get themselves a top 5 playmaker, probably Marvin Harrison. So, and the Commanders are going to get better with almost $80 million. They're going to get better. Okay.
Chris May says Trey Lance couldn't even stay healthy. I see a pattern here, signing injury-prone players, which is very true of the Cowboys.
Bingo. Bing, 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 bing. Tell him what he's won.
Xavier Del Rio says when Trey Lance goes to be a franchise quarterback somewhere, this will be a playback goal. Okay. Thomas Garrett thinks it's going to be Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry would make sense. He's a bruising back between the middle.
Like a perfect offseason for me, Thomas Garrett. Now, I'll get to my perfect offseason would be to get a linebacker. You give me Shahir out of Tennessee. I'll take him and give me Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner's not going to make a lot, but I know that's asking a lot to take 2 linebackers. But we need at least one. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think we need 2, but you have to get one. Okay, and then we need a defensive tackle now. Okay, and I think also if we got a guy like Derrick Henry, I don't want anybody that costs more than Derrick Henry because we don't need it. We're going to draft one most likely again this year, so we don't need anybody.
But Brian, you know what pisses me off, man? What pisses me off is if you did just that, Then he opens up the draft for the best players available. The offensive line is loaded here in the draft. So there's plenty of guys that you could. Oh, God, that sucker scares me.
The Mystic. Well, Brad wants me to put the Mystic on the Joneses.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. Have him wake up next to that. Dave
Khabib
says
is a
Bobby
bum.
Wagner will not go to Cowboys. Come on, Brian. He wanted to a couple years ago. But if the Cowboys were just to do those few things and then went into the draft, it would be a lot better team. And honestly, that's what drives me crazy is you just need a few studs in here to really help turn it around. And if they go through and say, Dak, you're going to play on this contract, you're dooming the season.
I like Braden Allen, Morgan Langston. I do love Braden Allen. I actually mocked him. Go check out my video. Bobby Wagner will not to come to Dallas. Yeah, Dave, I don't think so either, but he's only going to warrant $4 or $5 mil tops for 1 year. I expect him to go back to Seattle or to the Commanders. So that's what, if I had to guess it, Let's see who else.
JBW0777. It seems like most of the older players we sign are not good like they were. Yeah, Gilmore was good though. I like McKinley, Jackson, defense tackle, and Edgerrin Cooper, Junior Colston, linebacker, and Chris Jenkins, D tackle.
Jalen Ford, Tavondre Sweat from Texas have looked good.
Sweat,
Ooh,
when you're 360, there's a lot of sweat up underneath there, bro.
Yeah, and like Sweat's going to go in between our first and second round pick, which is where I call purgatory because we have to draft ahead of where there's going to be guys that we have rated higher than Sweat, but we very well may go Sweat and reach 15 to 20 picks move tags because of where we're drafting.
Yeah.
So, but I want to answer Xavier Del Rio. He says Giants are trash. Just remember one thing, Xavier. Giants, have the 5th pick in the draft, I believe. So they're going to get a receiver. They're going to get a Marvin Harrison, or they're going to get the receiver at LSU, who Malik Neighbors, who he's my number 1 receiver. So they're going to, in each round, they're going to get a stud. Now, they're not going to hit on every pick, but they're not that far. In the NFL, you're not that far away. You really aren't, which is why it's so frustrating for us Cowboy fans. We know we're close, and we refuse to do the things that a good organization, well-run teams like the Eagles. You can say what you want, but they're well-run, at least at the top. Do I believe that they should have brought back Sirianni? No, I think he's a jackwagon. But as far as putting their team together,
away from him.
Yeah. He's just holding the clipboard. He's a clown show too. But that being said, they will go out and make moves day one. They will be legal tampering their ass off on the 11th, and they will sign somebody big on the first day of free agency. I guarantee it. You'll see my video of them going out and getting somebody, whether it's a Patrick Queen or you're bringing back a C.J. Gardner-Johnson, which is the rumor that would help you out at safety and alleviating you have to draft a safety in the first round, like a lot of mocks have them doing. So.
Yeah.
I like Edgerrin Cooper too, Thomas Garrett. I really like him. So, again, he's going to fall into that where if we wanted to take Edgerrin Cooper, he may not be there at our second-round pick. So, you'd have to take him in the first or drop down like I did in my mock draft the other night. Matt Batten, how are you doing? I'm doing good, man. How you doing? I'm sucking it up, for you guys.
Appreciate that, man.
I'm having fun. What are we going to do? Sit here and do nothing? So, my wife had to take my mother-in-law she was taking her to her cancer appointment, and they did scans, and they found she has blood clots in her lungs. So they had to rush her to the hospital. So that's I'm on the phone with my wife as I'm doing this, so I'm hoping everything works out. Brian, Eagles have no money. Come on. They have no money. Mark, please explain.
They have $27 million, and they haven't even restructured anybody. They can get to about 60 easy, and you know that they will, because
Dave,
that's
I'm not trolling you, bro. They almost have 30 million now, and they haven't really done anything.
Yeah. I'm curious on this.
Whereas we're in a hole by 8 or 9. I mean, it's easy. We know we could flip switches and get to 45, 50 with ease, with new deals.
Walker Wade, we ain't got to wait 2 months. We'll know by the end of March.
It is what it is, Philly D.
We'll know by the end of March if the Cowboys have just re-signed a few of their players, have not done any of these contracts. They're tanking. I'm curious on 105 The Fan. They had a Prescott extension not promised. Is that just talk? I want to play a little of this and hear what they have to say.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Let's see.
I'm going to close my door.
Good.
Gelkin, who is in the know.
Oh, this is Michael Gelkin. Okay.
Cowboys didn't plan for a season in which their entire coaching staff and franchise quarterback would be in a contract year, but that scenario is a possibility. Mm-hmm. Mike Zimmer, other new hires signed 1-year deals. That's a 1-year deal for Mike Zimmer. And then the final line, which will make the Dak haters, Mike Bassick, RJ Choppy, stand up. A Dak Prescott offseason extension is not promised. This is the second guy over there, along with David Moore, with a similar report. Bobby Belt, what do you make of that?
I mean, if Michael is talking about it, it's legitimate. Like, Michael is, typically I will, anything that Michael Gelkin or Todd Archer are talking about is going to make me sit up and take a little bit more notice. But yeah, this is something that we've heard leaked a little bit or suggested a little bit, is that like, oh, this could be their play. But you know, it feels like this tide. It's almost like the Fields versus trading or Fields versus Caleb Williams discussion in Chicago, where we keep hearing this changing tide of like, oh, it's going to be Fields. Oh, it's going to be number one. It's Fields. Same sort of thing where we keep hearing, oh, Cowboys could let this play out. And then it's like, no, they're going to get this done. They're going to sign it probably in the next 2 weeks or something. They've got to get it done. And then you hear Steven say stuff the other day like, hey, we don't have to get it done. Yeah. Like, we want to, but we don't have to get it done.
We can restructure it the way it is.
Exactly. That they don't feel like they have to do anything with his contract in order to operate the way they want to this offseason.
And, of course, the key question is, okay, are these reporters being used for leverage, or are they setting the table that they really may not give him $60 million a year anytime soon? That's the question here. Because when David Moore writes it, I think leverage. When Michael Gelkin follows up, I say, oh, is this not happening? Is this actually going to be a reality? That's the way my brain is thinking about it right now.
Look, I mean, that is a good question. It is the reality. Like, what are they going to do? What is their whole motivation behind these kind of throwing out their little tidbits to the morning news or to certain media members? Like, are they and it's really like, are you really going to negotiate in the public media? Is that how you're doing it? Like, that's the way you want to go?
They've done it a lot of times
They
before.
have. A lot of teams have done it. Like, is that really the right way to go about it? I mean, I don't know the answer to that.
So when they brought back McCarthy, I remember that was one of the things that you had said, Chop, is that you felt like, hey, if you're going to bring back McCarthy, it can't be on a 1-year deal. At the very least, you need to tack on a meaningless extra year. It's got to look like there's some level of security. And Michael Gelkin writes in this article, he says that, you know, short-term contracts are not necessarily a surprise following a 48-32 beatdown in the wild card round. He goes, still, there is some resulting discomfort and unhappiness within the building. One person close to the situation said the sentiment extends deeper than the coaches, adding that little sense of commitment is felt anywhere. And look, I think that whether you're Dak or Mike McCarthy or some of these other people on the roster that feel, if Dak is one of them, feel offended or uneasy or unhappy with the lack of commitment, tough.
Yeah.
I mean, tough. Like, don't get your ass kicked in the wild card round by a team that's not better than you at home.
Okay, cool. Hardline stance. Well, guess what? at the end of the day, I have the leverage still. I'm on the higher
There you
step in the Suns game.
There you go.
Okay? I'm Suns in 4. So, yeah, we got our ass kicked. Yeah, I got some playoff issues.
He was on the lower step.
The guy who got his ass kicked.
No. Suns and 4 guy was on the lower step. He didn't have the
Oh, he didn't?
No.
The
That was the
leverage?
most amazing
He
part
was-
of that entire
He was
thing.
literally punching up.
That was the most amazing part of that fight.
Well, in my opinion,
All right, so game time. Thoughts on that? You missed part of it.
No, that's what I posted this morning.
Oh,
I had that video. I played the whole thing and reacted at different, points during the video.
Well, I
Yeah.
will say, as far as if we're talking about Mike McCarthy, Mike Zimmer, and playing for their jobs, I don't know that they'll get a new job the following year if the Cowboys have a bad season.
Well, I mean,
Right.
what is Mike Zimmer thinking? He had to have gotten some assurances. If you ask me, they're very close. They're not going to. Mike Zimmer I'm sure he has some sort of assurance that if it all goes to hell, that he's going to be considered for the head
coach.
coaching job. Now, I don't know
Well-
how they could do that because I don't know, man. I don't. It's a shit show. But what did I tell you?
Here's
They
what I would
cannot.
say is Mike
Yeah.
McCarthy and Mike Zimmer might not get a job next year. I can't say if Dak is uninjured, I can say he's going to have the choice of places he can go. So as far as leverage goes, Dak is still even if the Cowboys don't sign him, it might be the best thing for him.
Yeah.
Go someplace where people actually like you and don't trash you at every chance. Yeah, Joanne, I'll be getting a discount code from us, so I think it'll be like 20% off and stuff. So if you're interested, but you can check them out, eWin Gaming, because they have gaming tables. And they've got I told them I want black because the black goes well and stuff here, but they've got all different kinds of colors. This is actually the heavy duty one because they know I've got a fat ass. I just do. If Coach Mike is on the hot seat, add me too, Dak Prescott. Well, he did say that, didn't he? If
Yep.
Mike McCarthy's
Yes,
on the
he
hot
did.
seat, put me on there too. Dak got his wish, possibly. Well, I don't know. We'll see. But you know
I think
what?
it's a negotiation tactic.
I
I
think
just
it is,
don't like
too.
it.
Because
I don't
I
like it.
see, at the end of the day, he signed. This
Yeah.
is the build-up that the Cowboys like to do because that's what they like to do. They want to sell you on all of the bullshit. They want to play with your emotions, and start a whole bunch of shit. That's why they got Trey Lance. They will sign Dak. Matt, you're 100% right. Other teams would give Dak all his weapons to win a Super Bowl. Yeah. Well, you have to figure if you're a team that's going to go out and pay Dak to be your quarterback, you're going to look at it and say, we're bringing him in because we do want to win a Super Bowl, and you will try and put other things around him. Or you already have a team that's ready to win a Super Bowl, like the Rams were. Needs a quarterback. So far in the combine,
Well, we haven't watched much of it, but I've watched some of the big boys running around.
We've been bitching mostly about the Cowboys.
Yeah, well, we knew that was going to happen, but we could, like I said, it's if anybody's bringing up, if I see somebody say something about a particular guy, I'm getting pretty well versed with all these defensive guys. So, I'll be curious to look at the linebackers. They're doing linebackers today too, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big one. Defensive tackle. Tell you, this is a perfect draft for the Cowboys. There's not a lot of linebackers in this draft that you can really say are going to come in day one and start. So you need. That's why you keep hearing Edger and Cooper because he's one of them. Not everybody likes the Jeremiah Trotter Jr. based on size. The North Carolina State guy, Wilson.
I believe he's met with the Eagles. Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Yeah. He's 6 foot. He's a shorter guy. So he'll fit right in with Nakobe Dean. But linebacker is not real deep in this class. So it's like you want to get one in free agency and, don't put yourself in a position to really have to reach in the draft. But again, what do you think about Peyton Wilson? That's what I was bringing up, Xavier Del Rio. Peyton Wilson out of North Carolina State. He's had 10 surgeries in his career already. He hasn't had any surgeries in the last 2 of his college career. But Peyton Wilson, since high school, has had 10 surgeries, either on his shoulder, on his knee. He's probably the most talented linebacker in the draft, but the most injured as well. So I guess he'll be a Cowboy, right? I can't imagine them drafting him.
That's the way we go. Edge rushers up next.
Okay. I really like the the University of Washington edge rusher, but again, we're putting in ourselves, like, we have a need on the offensive line and the defensive line. We need to address some of these. Are we getting a Danielle Hunter? Then we don't have to worry about edge rusher in the draft. But again, we haven't made room for anybody. Yes, exactly, Xavier. Anybody that's injured, I've mocked him to us, but I don't think that we're going to end up with him. I know the University of North Carolina has a guy smaller guy. Sorry, I keep coughing. But yeah, so.
Okay.
Yeah, Vinny, Wilson's perfect for us. I like the player. Yeah, Linda, that's just how it is, man. Brad, I think it says don't hate, don't win. Don't hate.
Yep. Don't hate.
Hate, don't win.
Yeah, hate, don't win. Yep. Oops, wrong one.
Foosball is the devil.
There you go. Boom.
Oh, wait, I don't know that I have Ricky Bobby.
Austin Booker, 4'8".
Captain Insano shows no mercy.
Oh, Captain Insano, yeah. Yeah, we could use the water boy.
It's the only water boy drop I have, believe it or not. And there was another drop that I got monetized for. Like, you got it. Like, the water sucks one. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. It's a little 8-second drop. All right, here we go. Miles Cole, defensive line, 6'6", 273. Damn.
Yeah.
False start. Jerry made a deal with the devil in the 90s. I think I made a deal with the devil in the 90s too, David Cowboy. I remember in 95 saying, just one more, just one more. I think it's my fault. I'll never ask if anything again. 30 years later, we need another one. Yeah, there you go. There's coaches there. Look at them. No joke. No Joe Kane yet, Brad. Don't worry. Joe Kane will be ready for the season. Christian Wilkins, Miami. Xavier Del Rio, we would need to have money under the cap, but our front office, we need to get under the cap in order to do anything. But this is what I'll say is Thomas Garrett's still in the house. Last year, there was a linebacker out of Marshall. Was it Marshall? No, University of Cincinnati. The linebacker out of Cincinnati last year. Help me out with the name. He ended up, Ivan Pace. Ivan Pace. I loved Ivan Pace. Just looking at how he was in college, sideline to sideline. Well, Ivan Pace had an awesome year and made the all-rookie team. He's only 6 foot. Smaller guy. Yeah. I could care less. You guys remember Dexter Coakley?
Yep.
Yeah. We don't need to have a big, tall guy.
Zach Thomas was only
Give me a guy who can tackle.
Zach Thomas is only 5'10".
Yeah. Jimmy wasn't going to hang around for 5 years anyway. That's the way he works. And I understand what you're saying, Mike. It's just a point. He didn't have to go when he did. He did. Okay, yeah.
Aiden Isaac.
Thomas, remember Ivan Pace last year? Dallas basically said he wouldn't be drafted on their board because he was too small. Well, Jeremiah Trotter this year is kind of in that same mold. Smaller school guy. He didn't go to a Cincinnati. Well, he went to Clemson, right? Isn't that where? Yeah, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. went to Clemson. So just because he's 6 foot tall doesn't mean that he can't get the job done. USMC, shout out to you, my man. Best running back for us would be Aldrich Estime. Yeah, I did see him doing the mocks. I don't know a lot about him. If you haven't seen this guy, he's the back we need. Inside 20 and short yardage. Voss Lombardi was the first streamer I heard talk about him. I will definitely check him out. USMC, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. I don't know why it's not letting me do it. Oh, there it is. Thank you so much, USMC. I will definitely check him out. I know the name. I'll have to look at some video of him.
Pace went undrafted as well. True, he probably has a patent on it, kind of like Gene Simmons. Ray Lewis was 6'1". Yeah, I was surprised when I met Ray Lewis. Ray is not that big. Was not that big. I've watched my boys go to 3 Super Bowls in my lifetime, and I'll take 3 more before I die. Michael, I hope we can be that lucky, but I don't know. With what Catboy's doing and Jerry Jones playing the games he does, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Hey, Mark, they will carry 3 quarterbacks. Rush has 1 more year on this deal. Well, the question will be is with Trey Lance, because he's got the 5th-year option coming up, I think, at some point soon, too.
Yeah, that's what I said. We need to make a decision by the end of the year. And his 5th-year option is like $22 million. So I believe. You can double check that, but I thought that's what I said. Philly D, thank you, brother. Chicken soup on me. Really appreciate you, my man. Thanks, Philly D. Yeah, that's the idea. We not only gave up a 4th-round pick, but now we're going to have to pay him.
We have to put the 5th-year option up now, don't we? I mean, sometime this year before the season starts.
I'm not positive on that.
Because his contract is for next year 5.3. So you've got to determine, like we did last year with CD, that we were taking the 5th-year option.
Right.
So they have to decide if we're going to take that 5th-year option before the season.
Is that how it works?
I think
if not, then we'll be on the hook for what? A 22 mil, I think. I think it's 22 million. So there was more to the story, which is why this whole Dak thing, I don't understand it. I don't understand what we're doing. Are we really rolling the dice with Trey Lance? Is that why we did it?
Okay, all drafted rookies are given 4-year contracts to begin their careers, and a team will have the option to extend that pack for a 5th year with players selected in the 1st round. The 5th-year option window for the class of 2021 opens January 8th with the final deadline set for May 2nd.
Okay. So, yeah, it's coming up.
We have to determine by May 2nd if we're going to pick up the 5th-year option, or he's a free agent after next year, after the season. So, yeah. So, wow.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Not only did we give up a 4th-round pick, we got to pay him. We're not going to just get like your normal backup QB money. We're going to give him a decent amount of money. He's a 1st-round pick. So It's a substantial amount. Now, I would expect them. Now, if I'm Trey Lance, why would I want to sign a multi-year deal at backup money when I think I'm a starter in the league? So that's why this thing made no sense to me. This whole Trey Lance thing. It made no sense to me. Jerry Jones got like a little excited, a little too much. Hey, everybody in the chat, the Leatu Latu out of UCLA, really like him as an edge rusher. 6'4" and 3/4 and 259.
Yes, Dave, yes. Trey Lance is only making $5
now,
at the moment. But here's the thing. We got to do one or two things. He's got one more year, and then he's a free agent with this $5 million. You can lock him up with the fifth-year option, which is what, $25 million, I think, for him.
I thought it was $22 million,
okay,
but I could something like that. I'm not 100%. Mark's the number guy.
Or you've got to sign him to a contract, and he's not going to want
Robinson.
You know, him being a former first-round pick. I don't know that he's going to say, "Okay, I'll be happy to take another $5 million." He'd probably take his chances elsewhere in an NFL league that is hungry for quarterbacks.
Linda Conyers, shout out to Linda. Order a medicine ball on me at Starbucks. Great for the cough. Mint citrus tea. Wow. Thank you, Linda. I appreciate it.
Shout out to Matt. Matt says, made my day today, Mark Holmes and Game Time Brian. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Matt.
So,
thank you, Linda. I need to get some tea. I do need to get some tea. Do I sound that bad?
So we potentially, maybe you've given up a fourth-round pick and $10 million for a guy that might not see the field. You realize that, right?
Yeah.
Because unless Dak Prescott gets hurt, there's no chance of him getting on the field. And do you go ahead and sight unseen end up?
Yeah, Chop Robinson, real quick, Mark. Hold that thought. Dallas is interviewing a lot of people. They did interview him, Chop Robinson. Just ran a 4.4. That's a defensive end out of Penn State.
Well, we got a guy that runs a 4.4, Sam Williams.
Yeah, I know. Well, you want to move him to linebacker.
I'm just saying that.
I know.
Listen,
I know.
Since we're in the business of
what's up?
Of moving people, at least let me get a guy with the size and the speed to play linebacker, as opposed to having Bell.
I like me some Darius Robinson right here. This is the guy I really like out of Missouri. We'll see what he does here.
Robinson.
I'd love to see his 3-cone drill.
Well, I tell you what, he's got the length that they like. I can tell you that.
Love the player, man. Again, he falls in between. You might have to take him at 24, and this is where
he reminds me of D-Law, build wise.
He's a big boy though. 4'9". He runs a sub 5, but again, it's not about the 40. It's about the 3-cone. You know, everything's about the 3-cone. But he's a big dude. He's like 6'5". His wingspan, he's ridiculous. So I like him. You want to give me a hot toddy, Mike Aldana? What's up, Drew? What's up, buddy? Tea with lemon, honey, and brown liquor. Fix everything. I'm going to have to do that later, now that I know I'm off for a few days. Ooh.
Well, Sugar Daddy, you're right. He probably won't see the field. The question is what do you do? Because you spent a fourth-round draft pick that we could probably use this year for him, and you're paying him $5 million to be a backup, and you got Cooper Rush too.
Yeah, it really is a dysfunction, if you ask me. It's very, very dysfunctional to me how this is all playing out. Again, that doesn't mean they can't sign everybody, but why? Wouldn't it be nice just to have a stress-free, and even if we shit the bed, excuse my language, wouldn't it be nice if we just had some good news for a while? Why does everything have to be
something good?
Why do we have to win everything? Meaning every negotiation has to be won in the public and behind the scene. Nothing is ever what it should be. It's like, I guarantee you the Eagles hit this free agency hard.
Pause.
I guarantee you they hit it hard. Pause. And they signed somebody the first day, and all of a sudden all the fans have a warm and fuzzy feeling.
Quit. They quit. quit. This isn't a thing where we just didn't. See, when I hear the players, and I love all the players, I love Cox, and 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 I love.
Yeah, they'll
Pause.
be hitting it
Bobby
hard.
Wagner is an instant fix for a year or two for low money, but makes too much sense. They won't even think about it. Needed him 2 years ago. David Cowboys, shout out to you. Thank you. Yes, they should have gotten. They could do it this year. Bobby's not what he was, but if we go out and we get a Shahir out of Tennessee and Bobby Wagner, we still need to draft one.
Yeah.
You act like we still need to draft one, and we have Overshone and we have Damone Clark. You need a lot of linebackers in this league. So that's why let's hope. Let's hope. Thank you so much, David Cowboy. So, yes, you know.
Well, here's an idea for you. For those out there that are ready to move on from Dak Prescott, they can make him that post-June 1st cut, right?
Yeah.
They're only paying Trey Lance $5 million. They can save 34 this year. That would give them the money to go ahead and sign whoever they want to sign and just move on. Now, granted, there will be about $60 million next year.
I love the defensive end here, by the way. Braylon Trice out of Washington.
But if you take Trey Lance and give him the 5th-year option, you could do that and make that work. If you're sold on Trey Lance.
Yeah. I'm not sold on Trey Lance. The league wasn't sold on Trey Lance.
I'm just saying. Well, there's Cowboy fans that are.
Yes, I agree. You know, the most popular guy
is the backup.
Exactly. So I think Xavier Thomas pulled his hamstring. It looked like it, Thomas. It did. Jared Verse. This is another guy who I like.
Guy we draft.
This guy right here, I think.
Sign him up.
Hey, Thomas, I think Jared Verse, and I think he goes ahead of Dallas Turner, myself. I think this guy goes ahead of Dallas Turner. He is moving. I think Dallas Turner is he's an athlete, but he doesn't have he doesn't have really any moves. He just uses the athletic ability to get to the quarterback. Then again, they said that about, they didn't even say that about Micah Parsons coming out of the draft. Nobody had a clue that he had the pass rush skills that he ended up having. So what do I know?
You can't always
David King, new linebacker coach in Philly, linked to Shahir and linebacker. Yeah, Linda, I would that would not surprise me if the Eagles went out and got the guy that I want, which is Shahir, a tackling machine. So that wouldn't surprise me. The Eagles are going to make a couple moves, and they need to. You can't just leave everything for the draft. Eagles have a lot of bullets, though. They have a lot of bullets. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thomas Garrett. What do you think of the running back out of Florida State? I like him. He's 6'1", 215. He's explosive. Blake Bortles had a better playoff record than Dak. Roger, 12 MVP. Nice. Let me guess, you're a Roger Staubach fan. We need another Roger the Dodger, don't we, Roger? So, now they play in the preseason. It's Lance's spot to lose.
It's his
spot to lose.
Yeah, but
really?
Here's the problem. Okay. Is if you're doing the 5th-year option, and they don't have to because they didn't do like the 5th-year option with Leighton Vander Esch, okay?
And then just resign him to a long-term deal. You could do that.
Or you could franchise tag him.
Yeah, slow down. Yeah, I mean, that's what they would probably do. They probably wouldn't pick up the 5th year, and they probably would, at that point, they would know whether he's going to be their guy and sign him to a $40 million a year deal, and Trey Lance would probably eat that up as opposed to the 60, 65 that Dak is looking for. Yeah, Sledhead. I'm not here to tell you that I think Trey Lance stinks. I just know he didn't do well in San Fran, and they were so confident that they traded him to us. You would think you would not want to trade.
Right. He's got, 122 passes in the NFL?
Yeah, definitely, Thomas. Yeah, how many, Mark?
I think it's 122.
Yeah, not many. Trey may replace Cooper as number 2 this year, save us 2.25 on the cap. Yeah, I'm all for that. But how it works, Dave, is you really need to keep 3 on your active roster anyway. They give you the extra roster spot. That way, you could actually carry 3 on the roster and have that emergency quarterback. So. That way, God forbid, it would happen in the Eagle game last year in the playoffs against the Niners, where they knocked out their quarterbacks. They didn't have another quarterback to play.
Right.
Yeah, Thomas Benson. That's it. I mean Benson. Yeah, Benson, not Tom. Yeah, Benson.
Wow, Reaper. Shout out to Reaper. Trey Lance couldn't do it in San Francisco. Sam Darnold looked like an all-pro in that one game. Trey never played like that.
Trey Lance has a substantial increase on his contract, too. Mark, Linda says that he has a substantial increase. Is that the fifth-year option increase?
That would be the fifth-year option,
yeah. Yeah. So
right now he's $5 million on Dallas Cowboys cap for this year. If they want to keep him, lock him down, then they have to use fifth-year option or sign him to another deal. And the thing is do you look at it and say, I'm okay with just taking a chump change, backup role?
Right.
Or, it's just some guarantees where I'm going to get a chance.
Yeah, Dave Thompson says they'll bring an undrafted for 3rd string. Hey, I agree with that. You could always get one. You always want to get one. But I'm just saying that's what they would have to do. Brad Harris, Brian, I want to give you a super chat, but I can't this time. No worries, Brad. You've done enough, my man.
I'm sorry.
Marcus.
I lied to you. I lied to you.
I lied to you.
He had 102 NFL passes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. He's got a 54.9% completion percentage. He's got 5 TDs, 3 interceptions. And that is all.
I read that they will decline his 5th-year option. Dave, yeah, I would think so too, and just negotiate
I can't
something.
see them saying, okay, we're not going to sign Dak, but we're going to go ahead and get the 5th-year option for $22 million for him.
I just think for a team who loves drafting like they do, the fact that they would just give up a 4th, it's just dumbfounds me. Coyote, a couple bucks for Brad. Thanks, Coyote. Appreciate it.
Muhammad Kamara, damn, 4.58.
Yeah,
he looks a little thin.
Yeah, he's a little thin. 22 mil plus 5th-year option on his contract, or draw up a new deal. That's what they would do, Mike. Again, maybe Trey Lance, he's a young dude. Maybe he's better suited to take us like a 3-year deal at decent money, and then try and get in at some point and prove his worth, and then he could be still traded and re-signs. If he outplays his contract, that's not a problem. Now, I'm sick, Crystal.
But you're a trooper, man. You're 2 hours and 15 minutes in. How you?
I feel good. I took Tylenol. I'm good.
I was feeling, man. I tell you,
allergies are horrible. That's why I thought I had until I was surprised when I took a COVID test. My wife said, "You better take a test before you go back to work." I'm like, "Yeah, okay." Took it. I'm like, "Holy shit!" But then I got worse, and then I'm like, "Yeah, it's more than allergies."
Yesterday and the day
I know
before,
your eyes were glassy, man. You had that COVID sneeze going.
I think it's just because I got back here to my baby. She missed me too. She really missed me. She was like, "I'm so happy to see you." It's like she gave me a hug. I was like, "Okay, you can let
really?"
go." Yeah, she's like, "You can let go now. You can let go now." Okay, let go. I'm not leaving. Okay. Oh man, but
Man, big hands over there. Got to take
look
care
at
of
his
Mama.
hands. They're so big. Okay. Oh man.
Yeah, I knew you weren't feeling well. Yeah, Crystal, I'm okay. I'm not horrible.
I
I'd
have
rather
to
be
go
doing
back,
this
though.
with you peeps than sitting in my recliner watching this direct. I like to watch it. Again, here's Darius Robinson. Again, don't get caught up with the 40 with these guys. Get more. It's the 3-cone, the short shuttle. It's those type thrills that you want to look for.
Now, I want people to understand something too. Okay, think about, although I think it's changed now.
Thanks, Matt.
But when you think about like when you were in high school and you were trying to go to college and you had to get ready for the SATs, you did all the SAT prep. That's what a lot of the guys do. Is you basically as soon as the college season is over, you're doing everything to train for the test here. And that's where you'll have some guys that out of nowhere, like when Clowney came through and ran his 40, it was like, oh my God. And he just went straight up the charts. I'm not going to say that he's been a bad player, but when you were looking at the projection, they said a perennial all pro is what they were saying. And it's kind of like the guy never had 10 sacks in a season.
Yeah. Hey, Coyote, I agree with you.
And
I
will
like
say,
tape over combine. Absolutely.
I will
That's
say
why
that I got wowed by Sam Williams' size and speed.
Yeah, well, he has all the talent in the world. It's just between the ears. He's got to settle down mentally. But yeah, let's not get caught up here, people. This is what happens. I remember Eagles drafted, and I brought this up in my live stream the other day. Mike Mamula.
Oh
Mike
my God, yeah,
Mamula.
big time.
Remember, he was the combine warrior. They drafted him. He was an edge at a Boston College. Eagles drafted him in round 1, and he was a bust. You got to look at the tape. This is just the combine, believe it or not. All this is for us fans to watch and go, ooh, look, he ran a 4.4. It's nice seeing these guys in their shorts, seeing how they look. I get it. But it's all about what they do on day 1 and day 2, which is the physicals and the interviews. That's what the combine is really about. It's not really about this. They can go on and just watch friggin' tape. Unless you're Al Davis, who gets caught up in speed. Everything has to be speed. Just turn on the tape. That tells you everything you need to know.
That's where we ended up taking Taco Charlton instead of T.J. Watt. Because they liked his length. You know, the Cowboys had a certain type of player and build that they liked. And they were like, TJ Watt, nah, he doesn't fit what we like.
Oh, thank you, Dwayne Brown. I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe Mark can put my channel in his chat.
I got co-host Brian, Game Time Brian, under your picture. I got your co-host.
All right, they can find it then.
But let me.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Let me try and.
I should be a couple away. I know coming into today, I've been like dragging. I'm close to 1,500.
Hot damn.
My video this morning got me like 8 or 9. So last few days I've been stagnant. But thank you so much, Dwayne. I appreciate it, bro.
Well, it's also too right now. Everybody is depressed and checking out. Now, come next Sunday, I think I've got to go back up to Harrisburg to finish off. Probably it's about 216 miles one way. Probably
three away.
I'll probably have to spend the night to go ahead and get everything done on it. But go back up there. I'll probably do that.
Boston College. That's it.
Go up there and do that. But next Sunday with Free Agent Frenzy, I don't know why, because it doesn't have anything to do with us. But I'll probably live stream that day with just trying, because your head's got to be on a swivel.
Yeah, absolutely. So what? A free agency starts when?
Legal tampering starts next Sunday, the 11th.
And then Tuesday is the, Jared Verse, man. Wow. 4.59. Love it. Florida State's got some boys too. Just everybody, just real quick, if you get a chance to just say a prayer for Angelica Barone.
Angelica? What's wrong with Angelica?
She has some issues. They found some tumors in her throat.
Oh my goodness, I
So
didn't know that.
yeah, we gotta keep our prayers for Angelica. So if you know her, thanks, Mark. I appreciate it, bro. If you're a football player, you're a football player, period. Yeah, Vinny, this is all this stuff. It's good to see it and all, but it's more about the interview and the medical. They do a medical on these players that they really put them through the ringer. That's what this is about. The scouts are there, but they know, they're there to talk to the players and interview. That's what it's about. They're not here watching this necessarily. They have the tape to fall back on. Mm-hmm. All the people in here trying to tell them how to run a combine. LOL. Right, Crystal? That's funny. Yeah, if you notice, Angelica hasn't been in here much. So, yeah.
When did you find that out?
I actually found out a couple weeks ago, but I forgot. I thought you knew.
No.
But I knew I hadn't seen her, and I did see her. She posted something on Facebook today about one of her dogs, and that reminded me. So, Angelica.
I commented on it because I said so cute.
Yeah.
That's where you got to make the most of life, man. We all
waste
so much
exactly
time with mindless minutia and stupid shit. And she responded to it because I said so cute because of a little puppy. And like a little brown one, and she said, "Thank you, Mark."
Yeah. But yeah. So, how are we making out here? We're at 5:20. Time is flying here. We're going through the draft. How late are they going? Were they going to 8:00?
Until 8:00. I don't know.
Okay.
You gonna try? Are you gonna be able to make it?
I'll be. Yeah, I'm good. I am good. My stream is good, so we're good.
So you found out.
Chop Robinson, he's blowing up on Twitter. He ran a 4.49. That's crazy.
Wow.
Chop. That's a defensive end out of Penn State.
That's a perfect name for a defensive end.
Chop Robinson. He's a little slight, but again, it is what it is.
Matt Bowen, me too. Michael Anthony Fitness, Rashid and I were going to start a wrestling podcast. Man, I miss Rashid, man. Damn.
Yeah.
That was hard.
It came out of nowhere, too.
What's that?
Wow.
About him? Well,
I thought he was doing good. Last time I talked to you, you said he was.
Yeah, he was.
His spirits were good.
Yeah, we had gotten a lot of things worked out to really help him get set up and things, but there was so many different, between he has, kidney failure, problems and the diabetes and everything else.
Yeah, it sucks, man.
So are you excited about going to the draft? Because
it's just a shame that we got a team like ours that we gotta hope that they do something. I would just like to add some pieces. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to bring info about other teams doing stuff.
Well, I'm excited about us going, actually, knowing that it's only a 7-hour drive and getting there the day early. And being able to scope out the location and see if we could. Somebody had said that bring a chair. I don't know that they would let you bring them in, but then again,
Wow.
I don't know if they'd let you bring. You can get the fold-up ones and all that, but
why you bring a chair?
You know how my knees were after that night.
Yeah, I know. I don't know.
Standing all night there. Oh man, I mean that was. I'll be honest with you. For us to be there at the draft, the location that we were, having that pillar right there that I could set the camera on, and having a Wi-Fi signal and live streaming was just unbelievable.
I don't think that is going to happen again. But I hope it does. We'll try. I'm sure.
We'll try. Well, it'll be downtown, right there on the waterfront and things. So usually the NFL they want you to be able to broadcast. They
Right.
want to show you having a ball and all that. So maybe the Wi-Fi will work out pretty good. But we'll see. We'll try.
Chop Robinson 40 time is one of the fastest ever for a D line.
I tell you, I love my new S24.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've also got my other phone too, which I can use in Wi-Fi. So,
Nice.
and
You'll be loaded.
I've got actually glasses that actually have a camera in the middle of
Yeah,
them.
I know. You told me.
So
About
I'm gonna. I don't know if we'll be able to live stream
like
or
a
not. If we don't, I will have plenty of coverage and stuff in there.
He'll be like a cyborg.
Lola says, "What happened to Angelica?"
No, she's fine.
she's
She
fine.
just was. She's getting some tumors in her throat. That's all I know. She's Dave Thompson. He's talking about a defensive lineman. They ran a 4.4 and not a running back. But yes, Zeke ran a 4.47.
Yeah, well, we did amazing the first night. The second night, not so much.
Yeah.
We screwed the pooch. We should have listened to Randy. Randy, if you're
we were
listening,
wrong.
we were wrong. We're not worthy. We're not worthy.
He's like, F you, Mark Holmes.
And I talked to Brother Roz today, too.
Oh, really? How's he
Yeah,
doing?
He's doing good. He's hanging in there, as he says.
Good. Well, we hadn't seen him since the last year.
Yeah.
All right. We got people dying off here. What's going on? I guess everybody's going to eat dinner. So,
I'm thinking about some iced coffee myself right now.
yeah, right.
I started around 85. I started
Late
watching in the golden age of wrestling in the 70s. I actually did watch a little bit of wrestling in high school, and I remember stuff like Sergeant Slaughter and Iron
Jimmy
Sheik.
Superfly Snooker.
Oh, yeah, I definitely remember Jimmy Superfly. Of course, Andre the Giant,
Yeah.
and things.
George the Animal Steel. He was a school teacher in Atlantic City High School.
But I just never really stuck with it for too long. Mike, of course,
I got
loves
the
it.
belt behind me. My three kids are big into wrestling. I've been getting into it, just to give me something to watch. But since there's no football, we will have the new what's it called, UFL, starting in March. So maybe we'll stream some UFL games. There it is. Hey, listen,
There you
Dallas
go.
is, Cavante
Ric Flair.
Turpin. He was an XF. Was he an
Jesse the
XFL?
Body
The
Ventura.
USFL?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So there's going to be players out of the UFL that end up in the pros. So,
I remember we actually went to the very first DC Defender game of the XFL, and that was right before COVID started.
Now, have you heard anything about Washington Commanders Stadium?
It is no longer FedEx Field. Oh,
No, I know that,
there's-
but-
okay. So FedEx. Okay, there's
What's
a couple
the latest
things,
on
there's
where they're gonna build a new
couple of things
stadium?
that have happened. Okay, so FedEx decided we don't want our name on that trashy ass stadium, but
Yeah,
going
baby.
through, apparently they had the house because so RFK Stadium is on federal land.
Yes.
So
Remember we
they
stopped
have
by
to
there.
get Congress to approve the change in zoning and stuff on it and then get the president to sign it. Apparently they had like 300 or plus House members that were ready to sign it, but there was one person from Maryland that dissented because they still don't want to lose it from Maryland being at FedEx Field. But it looks
Aubrey.
like that's going to pass and then get signed by the president, that they'll be able to do something there at that. Because the thing is, at least with Virginia, they're trying to do the not the Commanders, the Capitals and the Wizards Stadium in Alexandria, which they're like, I don't want to put any money into it because that's my tax dollars.
So they haven't really made any.
Well, they're fighting it out between the governor. The governor wants it to be his legacy, and the House and Senate are like, this thing is like $2 billion. We're not, trying to flip the bill to the taxpayers for doing this shit.
Yeah. It should be near where RFK
But
is.
if they do that one, they won't do that and the Commanders as well. So ultimately, that spot could be developed. It's Southwest DC. They've got the streetcars that go from
Right.
They've got the
But they
metro
would have to
station
knock
that's
it
right there.
down.
Oh yeah.
remove
Well, they
it,
were
and
supposed to do that in 22. They've already got the razzing permits to do it, and it was supposed to happen right then. And then COVID came through, and that probably messed it all up. But yeah, that
They
would be a
need to
better
do
spot
that.
for it to happen. Would be right there in DC. So that's where that is. We'll find out.
Game time. Let's talk who wins the division next year. Philly D. We need to see what these teams are going to do. You know it's not going to be Dallas based
Some
on
people
just...
are thinking that the Eagles are going to continue going downhill.
Oh, yeah. Well, I saw Twiz in there earlier. I was listening to Dan Saleo, the football on Jacob Sports. He says with Nick Sirianni, they're going to win 5 games next year. He says without Sirianni, they could win about 10. But with Sirianni, they're going to win 5 games next year.
Wow.
That's the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, I don't necessarily believe that, but it could go one of 2 ways this year for the
way it
Eagles.
went downhill.
I really think obviously everything's going to have to depend on the schedule. I think Washington has a chance to win the division. I do. As we sit here today, we'll see what happens. Sugar Daddy, remember for 29 months for the Mojo crew.
Shout out to
AC for life. But yeah, if I had a guess now, it'll probably be Washington. And I'm only saying that just because as we sit here today, David Cowboy, draft Penix if done with Dak. You might be able to you would have to take him in round 1. And so if we're drafting Penix in round 1, then...
Yeah, that would be a Cowboy thing. Draft a quarterback along with tying up Trey Lance.
He is older. He is older for a rookie. I think Penix is already 26 years old, I think, or 25. For a rookie, that's very old. So...
Well, the thing I think about is Kellen
think
Moore.
Trey Lance is
Kellen
younger.
Moore with Jalen Hurts. You're changing offenses again.
And defensive coordinator again. You're changing both coordinators again.
Right.
Vic Fangio, did you see as the Eagles defensive coordinator, he just got lit up by the Miami Dolphin coach today, saying he was not a culture fit in the locker room. And that the players did not respond to Vic Fangio, the new defensive coordinator for the Eagles. So it could go one of 2 ways with the Eagles. They could be around 10 wins, or they could go the other way.
Nothing would make me happier.
Georgia Gentleman, member for 20 months, Mojo Crew. Mark, check the stats on Johnny Wilson at pick 87.
All right. Johnny Wilson.
I think Wilson, you mean Peyton Wilson? I don't know who he's talking about. Okay, Penix is only 23. Okay. Buddy Johnson. There he is, the linebacker for the Cowboys. Darius Robinson, 6'5", 285. Love it. And his comp is Cam Jordan.
Cam Jordan is a big man. I ain't gonna
There
lie.
he is.
I remember standing between him
Yeah, you were
and
saying.
Calais Campbell. I was like, I'm a fucking midget here.
Yeah, really. Imagine me standing
He's
next to
a
him.
big man right here.
Penix has a history of injuries also. Yes, Thomas, I was going to say that. Good point. I'm out on Penix myself. I like him, but not for the Cowboys. We have Trey Lance. I'd rather keep Lance and Dak. To me, that is a good 1-2 duo, but we gotta get our guy signed. Dallas owns the Eagles, Philly D.
I tell you what, if they do,
It's not enough, Philly D.
if they do sign Dak, you're going to need to take off work. It will literally break the internet.
Yeah.
It will go crazy.
Either that or I'll work a 12-hour a day, just stopping making videos. What the hell happened to you? Kept making videos. Oh man, game time. Let's got that. Yeah, Brandon Aubrey, Thomas. He was in the USFL. I know. Cavante Turpin was a USFLer or XFLer, one of the two. Georgia gentleman. There you go, Mark. You got a super chat. Wilson is from Florida State. Okay.
Shout out to Wilson. Wilson.
Georgia gentleman. Georgia. Georgia.
I wonder if that's like Virginia gentleman, which is like a whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
Virginia gentleman.
Yeah, he does, David Cowboy. He does.
My grandfather used to drink Virginia gentleman until he changed to
Johnny Walker Blue, like the Joneses.
Square bottle, black label. Fuck.
Oh, not the.
Damn. Why am I having a brain fart? Square bottle, black label. Oh shit, whiskey.
Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels. Yes, he changed to Jack Daniels.
Game time. Could you imagine if our Cowboys get Junior Collison, linebacker out of Michigan, and Jalen Ford out of Texas Longhorn? Buddy, I would like that. I'm not against taking. Now, I would say the linebacker out of Michigan is a smaller guy, but I'm okay as long as he's good. I'm not going to say I'm never drafting Michigan players because that's not how you go about it. But I'm hearing more and more that we're going to bring Jordan Lewis back, and I guess. Would you guys want to, pay Jordan Lewis?
I've heard that they're looking at bringing him back.
Yeah, 3 years.
We believe on our guys.
Yeah, like 3 years, 18 mil or something like that. I guess. Was that Georgia gentleman? I drink Maker's Mark 46. There you go, Mark,
Nice.
in your chat.
Nice.
Here we go. Braylon Trice, a nice defensive end out of Washington. Ooh, he's stumbling around.
there. Looked like his feet kind of got tied up in there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Georgia gentlemen.
Georgia. Kabuki, one-man gang.
Lisa,
PYTs.
what's up, Lisa? How are you doing today?
Lisa, and Colt Jam.
Baby, I know you're wondering. But I will go over to your place. Okay.
And she showed me her boobies, and I like them too.
Oh, we always like them.
Oh, shit.
Of honor.
It's better to be prepared.
Certainly, it was great to get him in the Ring of Honor, and he's certainly a guy that Jerry respects.
A guy.
And I respect his opinion. The success he had here with the Cowboys is undeniable. That's why he's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's why he's in the Ring of Honor. Not just what he's done for us, but as a coach in general. So, I know Jerry picks up the phone and likes to talk to a lot of folks that he respects. I mean, he used to talk to John Madden as well. So
Didn't do too good with those
certainly somebody
conversations,
it's
huh?
always great to bounce something off of.
Jerry Jones.
Certainly was.
But you can see that Jerry Jones got jacked up.
He got jacked up. Oh, boy. I live next to the moonshine capital, Franklin County. Woohoo! Any bourbon or whiskey will do. Jack, Woodford, Reserve, Four Roses, etc. Jordan Lewis started a little rough, but was great later in the season. Yeah, he came.
Yeah, I was a big Lisa fan. Thomas.
Jordan Lewis was coming back off of injury. He actually, when you think about players,
he had a what was the injury? Not plantar fascia. He had a bad foot injury. It was nasty. I forget the name of the injury, but I'm sure Thomas will know. And he was struggling for most of the year. Even in the playoff game, he was hurting. So, Liz Frank? No, I'm thinking maybe he had a Liz Frank surgery.
it could be.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab some iced coffee, and then
You go do that.
And we're gonna play a game when we come
Buffalo
back.
Trace is good, Philly D.
We're gonna play a game when we come back on.
We're going to play a game.
Should they stay or should they go? Okay, because
Should they stay
we've
or
got
should they
16 guys that are free agents, and we know Catboy believes in our guys because he doesn't know anybody else. He doesn't want to take a risk on here, and we have to figure out who we're going to replace. So let me grab that coffee, and I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Everybody, this drill that you see here, this is the big drill that you would be looking at. Stay away from the 40-yard dash for the big boys. This drill here is what you're looking at. You want the 3-cone drill. Boom. You want to see how these defensive edges especially can bend and turn the corner with power. Darius Robinson, there you go, baby. They are serious, Reaper. They are serious about bringing him back. Yeah, Adam Sandler movies are the best, Crystal. Even when he plays a serious role, they're good. Tell you one thing, Braylon Trice, his feet aren't under him very much. I like me some Jared Verse. There you go. Pure pass rusher. Where's Leatu Latu? Looking at the combine, what's your favorite caramel corn? Him and Chris Farley was awesome. Yeah. Banned by the river. I love Chris Farley. Fat guy in a little coat. Fat guy in a little coat. There's a lot of drops I could get. That's a good one. Ooh, get up. There you go. Jalen Harrell, Michigan. Didn't have a movie with Chris Farley. Yeah. Did he have a movie with Chris Farley? I'm not sure about that. Who's your top prospect for the Cowboys considering their pick? Nike 3, we're going to end up with the tackle out of Oklahoma if I had to pick. Let me see. Tyler Guyton. I think Tyler Guyton goes to the Cowboys at 24. Yeah, the Wedding Singer. That's a good one. Wedding Singer is a good one. Billy Madison's good. Great point, Sugar Daddy. What does Sugar Daddy say? Let's go back. We at least know what we'll get with J. Lou. Yeah, I don't have a problem with bringing him back. I'm surprised we are. Yeah, I'm surprised we're bringing him back. But yes, Chris Farley was on that shit. Exactly. That's what got him in trouble. Tell you, Jared Verse really can move. Spanglish. There you go. Did you guys see the basketball movie where he was the scout? I really liked that movie. I actually saw that movie over Mark's. Me, my wife, Mark, and his wife were watching it. Chris, Heath Farley was the bus driver. Oh, okay. Let's check out Mark's chat. I don't care. Tony Pollard, keep him or not? No, I'm going to let him test the market. Matt Batten. That's me, though. You see the Packers in the news restructuring deals, and yet the Cowboys are doing nothing. You would think they would try and at least show that they're trying to do something, but they don't even care about the way things looks. Nah, Mr. Deeds wasn't one of my favorites either. Linebacker is where we go out. Like we got our butts kicked. DBs were gold for the most part. Curse was not great, and Wilson gave up big plays. Coyote Wilson got better by the end of the year. Wilson struggled. Remember, he got hurt in training camp, and I think that's what happened last year.
Yeah.
Oscar's back. Defensive tackle. A defensive tackle from Texas says he'd love to play. That's the guy I'd love to have, Tavondre Sweat. He's just not going to make it to us by our pick in the second round. So he's rated in the late 30s. So we would have to take him most likely over 13 guys, 15 guys that are rated higher. That's the problem with standing pat in free agency. Mm-hmm. You know, you could drop down and then make that pick more, you know. You just don't want to be in a Taco Charlton situation where you take a second-round player who's a reach because you need that position. That's the problem.
Yeah, they were running out of that position. All right, so even though we're broke ass, we have 16 players that have had expiring contracts. And whether we bring them back, we have to replace them. We know Catboy believes in our guys. Okay, let's go down the list of who we're going to bring back. Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah. Okay. Am I answering this, or are you doing it for the people?
Well, let's do it for all of the above.
Yes, I think he's one of my 3 that I have to have back. Yes.
And why?
Stephon, we've invested a
round pick.
4th round draft pick, I believe, or 5th round pick. I think a 5, right? Or was it last year? I think it's a 5th round draft pick.
It was a 5.
And, yeah, it was a 5. And with Trayvon Diggs' injury, we need him. We really need him. Deron Bland, you saw what he did, and we need to sign.
If there's any saving grace on Diggs, Diggs was week 3 in the season, which means he's got a lot more time as opposed to Michael Gallup being like in the playoffs. So it does give him more time to recover.
Yes. I mean, I get it, but I just have a hard time trying to rely on guys
saying that he'll be ready to start training camp. So.
Anger Management was a good movie, Philly D. I could watch that one again. But yeah, definitely. I would say Gilmore, yes. He's one of my 3. Yep.
Tyron Smith.
I'm ready to move on. I think they will bring him back, but I don't have a problem. He wasn't one of my must-haves. He's a luxury item, but he's coming back, people. So get used to it. He's coming back.
I think they put him on another incentive-laden contract.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's probably only going to be about $5 million or so.
You ask me what I think they're going to do or what I want them to do?
However you want to answer it.
Okay.
Okay. Biotish.
Gone.
Okay.
He gone.
All right. Jaron Curse.
Gone. He's playing for the Commanders. You can go watch him if you want. You're a half hour away. You can go support J-Ron and John Ridgeway.
Tony Pollard.
Gone. Bang.
Rumored
He may
that
be
the
in Philly for all we
Eagles-
know.
Which, I'm going to say he's not a bad back. but
No,
you have to
no.
use
Not
him
at
the
all.
right way. The problem with him was he cannot be a full-time back. He's best as a third down specialist or a rotational guy that's going to get 12, maybe 15 carries in a game, and outside, using him on screen passes and things. The problem wasn't Tony Pollard. The problem was the Cowboys assuming that he can, it's a running back. He can be an every down back. It destroyed the pop in his step. Of course, he was also coming back from a broken leg, but it just wore him down. It truly wore him down. That was not his fault. That was the Cowboys' fault. Jordan Lewis.
I had him going, but I say no. I think he gets more money elsewhere.
Igoda.
No, he gone. No.
You sure about that?
Absolutely not.
He was like Dak Prescott's hitman,
Yep.
because Lord knows he about got him
Nope.
killed. Hankins.
Yes, he's one of my 3 that I need to have back. Absolutely. He's not going to command that much,
Neville Gallimore.
bring him back. No, Neville Gallimore, gone. The Canadian is taking his horse and galloping out of town.
It's sad because I had so much promise for him. Once he hyperextended his elbow, he was not the same guy. It really destroyed him. Dante Fowler.
Gone. He will be gone.
Sean McKinnon.
McKeon is gone, or McEwen. He is gone. Good luck. You remember we have John Stevens, the tight end who was killing it, was the best tight end in training camp up until the time he tore his ACL. He is also coming back. We do not need Sean McKeon.
Cornerback Noah in I can't remember.
Igbenogany, gone. He's the guy we got in the Boss Man Fat trade. They made him inactive. He scored a touchdown on his first game on the fumble return. I think it was the game I was at in New York, and then never heard from him again. So gone.
Dorrance Armstrong.
Gone. We will not be able to keep Dorrance. We will get the comp pick next year. He had 7.5 sacks. He had a blocked field goal. He had a blocked punt. He will be widely sought after.
Yep.
We will not be able to pay Dorrance Armstrong.
But we'll get a good comp pick for that. Probably a 5th at least, maybe a 4th.
Yeah, we can't afford it. We have to worry about other areas. Sorry, people.
And CJ Goodwin.
No, gone. That's why I said I only have 3. Now, with this logic, knowing the Tyron's coming back, out of this list, I'll have 4 guys returning. So,
Well, the big ones that you're losing would be running back. Tony Pollard, of course.
yeah.
Now,
The other guys are
you can bring,
restricted.
I was going to say Rico is restricted. You could end up doing him a tender where he has no choice but to take the tender. The question is it a restricted tender or is it a one where somebody else can match it and you get the chance to match their offer? If you're bringing back, Jordan Lewis did have a lot of playing time. Stephon Gilmore had, of course, a lot of playing time. Tyron Smith did. Biotish, of course, that's a hole in your center, but they like, what's his name? Bass?
You got Brock Hoffman and TJ Bass.
Yeah. So they may be looking at that and saying, we've got a guy in-house.
Right.
Jaron Curse, of course, we're okay. We got plenty of safeties at the moment. Agoda, you definitely want to get rid of. Hankins, we don't have any other big men.
We don't have anybody. We need him back.
Neville Gallimore, I really liked him. I liked his size. I liked
but he was in the doghouse, and then they changed D-line coaches last year, and he seemed to have a better year, but still not great. Nah, he's gone.
Now, what you need is Sam
You're not done.
Williams.
There's more names on that list, you know.
Huh?
There's more names on that list, you know.
Did I get the wrong list here? Who am I missing?
You got Trent Sieg, our long snapper. We have to have him back.
Well,
we don't have a long snapper.
I got.
Oh, I'm just saying. You got Trent Sieg. Who else is on? I guess that would be it then, right? I feel like there's more. I'm just maybe that was it. But yeah, Trent Sieg. When I originally did that, I had Trent Sieg, Hankins, and Gilmore that I had to have back. And obviously, the closer it gets, I think we could have as many as 5 back with Jordan Lewis and Tyron Smith. Outside of that, I don't expect a Biotish or Armstrong to be back. I don't. And listen, I think Armstrong, as good as he is, I think Armstrong is a progress stopper when it comes to Sam Williams. We need to find out about Sam Williams. And the only way you're going to find out is if you play him. Unless you move him to linebacker, like you said. So let's do the math here. Let's say we keep 4. Let's say we bring even 5 of the 16. That means you have a lot of positions to address. This is why I tell everybody they're going to have to be players in free agency. They have no choice. I expect a lot to have.
Yeah, I mean, you figure you're going to get about 5 draft picks, and you're going to get some undrafted free agents that should be able to stick. So you're still going to have.
Yeah, and we always do good with that because we will offer money, more money usually than anybody else to bring them in here. TJ Bass was our biggest contributor, and hold up. Yeah, TJ Bass was our biggest contributor, and he wasn't drafted. At some point we'll have to do a show on actually all the draft picks before we go to the draft because it's pretty ugly. Pretty ugly.
Last year's? Last year.
Yeah, last year's draft was horrendously bad. It was ugly. I mean,
was it our fault because we went?
Yeah, we got Junior Fajoko, who I liked when they drafted him. He was that linebacker. He played edge in college, and they were trying to convert him to linebacker. He must have been a really horrible because he was a healthy scratch. He was a 5th round draft pick all year. That's pretty bad. Yeah, Oscar Bass can replace the center. I'd like Brock Hoffman at center and Bass at guard and kick Tyler out to left tackle, but that's just me. That's just me.
Matt had
Rectal sneeze.
Tony Pollard.
Nice.
I don't see him bringing back Tony. I really don't.
No. I think Tony's gone, and it is what it is. I don't think Tony ever healed from that fibula injury. That's the thing.
The Cowboys
I don't
have
think
a
he
propensity
fully
of running backs in the ground and letting them go. They show no loyalty to running backs.
Well, he should be happy. He got more money than most of the guys on the market. I mean, like I told you before, they should not have franchised him last year. But they did, and he should be happy. Thankfully.
And it was like he ran to sign that franchise tag.
Yeah.
Everybody else is bitching, oh, hell no, don't tag me. He's like, I'll take it.
Yeah, he was like, where do I sign?
Taylor could be our tackle solution if we are hard-headed. He could be, but I tell you, I love him at guard. I mean, if you
slow down, Jermaine, please.
Between him and Zach Martin, if you get a good center, man, you could just run up the gut right there.
Yeah. Well, that's why we're not going to get Powers Johnson. Yeah, that's the thing. You got Graham Barton, I really like out of Duke. He's a big boy who played guard and is going to transition to center. I think they're both gone by the time we pick at 24, which is going to lead us to offensive tackle. Or that's the thing. We got to see what they do in free agency. There are some linemen in free agency, so we shall see. We did draft Asim Richards last year, like 4th or 5th round. Is that another failed pick if we got to draft a left tackle in the 1st round again this year? That's the problem. That's how bad the draft was. Reed, Larry, Allen, comparisons for Tyler Smith. If that's true, leave him at guard. Dave Thompson, I would rather leave him at guard. But that means Tyron Smith and a rookie. So just think, people, we could draft Tyler Guyton or Amarius Mims in the 1st round, and they won't start. Just know right now, if we draft somebody at 24 and it's an offensive tackle, they're not going to start. How would you feel about that? Now, they'll get in at some point. We all know Tyron only played 13 games this year. Everybody was saying, what a great year he had.
In comparison to 2 and stuff that he's had.
You look at it from that perspective, then you have to know that your guy's not going to start. That's okay. Tyron, when healthy, is as good as it gets. He's not what he was, but he's still at the top echelon. Looking at how the draft's going to go, you're looking at offensive tackle or offensive line, and you're looking at edge rushers, and there's a couple safeties I really like, and there'll be some corners there. So you don't want to put yourself behind the 8 ball to have to pick a position. That's why free agency is so important. You want to plug some of those holes, pause, and go from there. Matt Batten, I like Tony Pollard, but people don't hate him, but won't be surprised if Tony Pollard is gone. Mark Holmes. But you're right, Mark Holmes. Yeah, I just don't think they're going to. I think he's going to get a beard. Everybody has to realize that the salary cap went up means teams all have money. Even the teams that don't have money all of a sudden have money now. They all have to. You have to. There's a salary cap floor as well. So Tony Pollard may end up in Washington. I mean, you never know. They have a lot of money. Or Tennessee. They're getting rid of.
Tennessee's got like $78 million.
Yeah, I mean,
they're ahead of Washington now.
I mean, he went to Memphis. That makes a lot of sense, like Thomas Garrett says. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to sign with your hometown Tennessee Titans. So it's nothing personal. Mike Aldana, if we draft offensive tackle, will he back up? It would be most likely to back up left tackle. Most likely.
Yeah.
I'm good with either one. I really like Mims out of Georgia, but he has very little games played. But in those games played, he's unbelievable. He's 6'7", 336 pounds he's just a beast. But they're linked to Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma, another big boy who his comps are Tyron Smith. So I'm fine with either one of those guys, but they're not going to start.
I'm going to read you a list here. This is from 2008. So this is the last 15 years. 15 years, okay? Brett Favre, Mark Sanchez, Kellen Clemens, Mark Sanchez, Greg McElroy, Geno Smith.
We're talking Jets quarterbacks here.
Michael Vick, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Bryce Petty, Geno Smith, Josh McCown, back to Bryce Petty, Sam Darnold, Josh McCown, Sam Darnold, Luke Falk, Trevor Siemian, Joe Flacco, Zach Wilson, Mike White, Joe Flacco, Zach Wilson, Mike White, Joe Flacco, Zach Wilson, Trevor Siemian back again, Tim Boyle, and Aaron Rodgers. You think that they haven't been trying to get a quarterback for the last 15 years? Okay. Yeah, they've had two Packers Hall of Famers in there. They've had butt fumble in there. They've had Joe Flacco, who won a Super Bowl. They've had the Fitzmagic and a whole bunch of other guys. They drafted Chad Pennington in the first round. They drafted Sam Darnold.
I liked. He just was injury prone.
But look, I mean, you just go down the list of number one picks that they've spent on quarterbacks and veterans. Nothing has stuck for those guys. That's the game that people don't seem to understand. Georgia Gentleman, shout out to you for another super chat. I like Cedric Van Prane, offensive OC, at 87.
Yeah, that's purgatory, right, Mike Aldana?
Oh, Washington and Cleveland are just as bad.
Washington is where quarterbacks go to die, right, Marv?
Oh, yeah. Since Mark Rippon, after him, it's been crazy.
King Crazen AMV. Now, Niner fans are talking about going running back by committee and going all in for Brock. They've fallen for the same trap we did with Zeke. Mike Aldana. That's QB Siberia. It says Thomas Garrett. Yeah, it is what it is. I like to keep the guy who threw 36 touchdowns, threw for over 4,500 yards, 9 interceptions.
But he's a bum.
And
why would you want to keep a bum like that?
I mean, you have somebody here. Is he perfect? No. There's only one Patrick Mahomes in the league. Okay, so, and nobody's saying we can't draft one, but I think we need to keep him. That makes the most sense. You out of here, Nike 3? You take it easy, buddy. Me and Mark have about an hour, just shy of 2 hours left of this.
Okay, let's play this game again because we're clearly filling in airspace. But it's not in order. Shit. Oh, it's by number of games. Wow, that's surprising. Kirk Cousins played the 4th most games for the Washington Commanders in their franchise history? Really? At 58? Damn.
I think Michael Pittman would be a good fit with CD. Yeah, I like Michael Pittman a lot, but again, he would be our third guy. I like him, though, out of Indy. I do like him. That's a good name. That's a good pull. I think he's going to get a lot of money from somewhere. Just my opinion. Bears treating Fields wrong. A King Crazen's AMV. I am on record as saying they need to keep him. Trade down, stockpile the picks, get another weapon or two. They have 2 top 10. Listen, this is what they do. They should trade down a few picks, load up on the picks. They have 2 top 10 picks already. Get yourself a receiver, a beast offensive tackle. Go get yourself a wide receiver. Man, they're in a perfect spot to keep him, but they're going to rinse and repeat, and it's going to be a mistake. They're going to trade him to Atlanta, Justin Fields, and Atlanta's going to skyrocket. Big mistake. The Commanders are home to where QB's careers literally die. Ask Alex Smith. Alex Smith almost lost his leg.
That spiral fracture, man. Jason Campbell.
King, this is the new NFL. Players aren't allowed to develop. Yeah, absolutely not. People forget that Mahomes didn't start as a rookie.
He didn't.
He came in midway through the year. They let who was it? Who was it? Was it Alex? Did Alex Smith get hurt in his first year, or did they trade Alex Smith? I forget.
I thought it was until
I want Calvin Ridley for the Birds. That would be big. Quiz. I already got 3 Super Bowls with Fields on Madden. Dude.
No, I
like Justin Fields.
He didn't start till his second year. He played
Holmes, right? Yeah, I thought so.
2017, he had 284 yards and 1 interception. So he only played, well, I can pull up the exact numbers, but no, he didn't. They basically got him in as a rookie. He got to sit on the bench, and they turned it over to him the next year. Yeah, he played started 1 game, 284 yards with an interception. And then his second year he was 12-4, threw for 5,097 yards, 50 TDs, and 12 interceptions, which was the most of his career. And then the next year he dropped it in almost in half, 26-5, 38-6, 37-13, 41-12. And last year only 27 TDs and 14 interceptions. Wasn't a great season for him in comparison to what he's done in the past. But that's where Pacheco and that defense helped to make up a lot for him.
Smith got hurt. David Cowboy, I'm not done on Sam Howell has potential. Yeah, he has potential, but I think that they need to get somebody in there for competition. I think he could be a hell of a backup.
Okay, I'm going to get cussed out when I say this, but Dak threw for 400 yards more, 9 more TDs, and 6 less interceptions.
Then?
No, I'm just saying that when you look at that and everybody's like, get rid of him, he's a bum. Okay. And you just sit here and look at the landscape and think there is no guarantee on a quarterback. Tony Pollard would still be good. We just need to utilize him better. He's a second option. Well, here's the problem with Tony Pollard was Tony Pollard should have never been a franchise back. He was not that guy that should have made that much money. And when the Cowboys signed him to the franchise tag, that's where they were like, well, you're getting the big bucks. You're going to be the all-weather back. And he just was not an all-weather back. That's literally like saying taking what's it, A6? No, what is the Tank Buster plane?
The what?
The Tank Buster, with the big Gatling gun in the front.
Oh, yeah. I don't know the name of it.
Okay. But that's like saying, okay, we're going to take you and we're going to make you a fighter jet too. Okay? That's not what I do. I'm a tank killer, okay? I've got a cast iron or, a titanium bathtub to keep the guy safe from ground fire, okay? I spit out a lot of lead, okay? I can't get up here and fight with the fighter jets, okay? That's not what I do. But that's what they did with Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard's an outside, space running back. Okay, run between the tackles. It's like, oh, God, not again. You could literally see when Tony had to run in the middle, he would hesitate. Because it's like, I don't want to do this. They don't seem to understand that you
play to win the game.
Battle of the
Hello? You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it.
Oh my God.
That's the great thing about sports.
China rat.
You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out.
Okay. So we got a China rat.
Crown their ass.
So we got a guy named China Rat who says that Dak doesn't know how to cook oatmeal. Okay. And says Cooper Rush is a better quarterback than Dak. Are you old enough to remember when they said that Cooper Rush was going to get paid big time money as a free agent last year?
You could get a second round pick for him if he was on. If he took advantage of his market now.
We could trade him for a second.
And then he was a free agent that same offseason, and we brought him back for 1 year, $3 million deal, which is a low ass price for a backup.
He couldn't get a job, man.
You remember when we had what's his name? Who the hell was it that ended up starting in New Orleans? And we paid him like $8, and he was like, "Oh my God, I'm worth way more." You know who we had? The backup, who was a starter for all those years.
Andy Dalton.
Andy Dalton.
Andy freaking Dalton. Yeah.
We paid him like $7 million that year, and he was like, I'll do it because it was the COVID years. Well, it's COVID. I live local, so I'll take the $7 million. Well, that's over double what they paid Cooper Rush. So.
Oh, but man, you remember what they were saying?
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that? You broke back is broken. What a vertebrae or what portion? Final.
Playoffs.
Remember, these are kind of things that are funny.
It seems like you have a little problem understanding the English language.
Here.
Remind you of both every Monday, second hour of the show. I'll remind you when I'm right. I'll remind you when I'm wrong. I think you all owe me an apology.
Okay.
I'll get into it later. So when Andy Dalton came to the Dallas Cowboys, I said he'll be the best backup in the league. He's a great backup. Mm-hmm. And you can start him occasionally and win games. And I said the gap between him and Dak, and not very big. That was met with outrage. And I came out and I said, let's go to their first 4 years when both Dalton and Dak had good offensive lines and good support. And when I threw up the numbers, I won't read them all for our radio audience, but you can see them here on the screen. They're virtually identical quarterbacks.
They're virtually identical quarterbacks.
Now, it should be noted, Dalton played in a more run-centric league, Dak in a little pass-happy league, so Dak's completion percentage higher. Same guy. And I've always said, Dalton throws a better ball, Dak's a better athlete. And I like Dak more than Dalton, but it ain't that big. So Dalton comes to Dallas. Now, this has been a weird year. No preseason. This has been hard for rookies, for free agents. It's not really fair to judge anybody in September and October, right? We've said this about the draft. I mean, there was no games. So, and also the Cowboys had a new staff. Andy Dalton got a concussion. Then there was COVID. So I don't think it's really fair to judge Andy Dalton early in the year. Even though Dak went 1-3 to start, in the fifth game, they're playing the Giants. Dak gets hurt. Dalton comes in, and if you recall, led them to a win. So for a week, you were like, Colin, I hate to admit it, you're kind of right. But then it unraveled. Then concussion for Dalton. Yeah. He got COVID. The Cowboys went to backups on backups. Then they had a bye in week 10. And I think that's fair to say. It was 10 straight practices. The chaos ended. I mean, there was at one point, we didn't even know. We thought the team was bailing on their defensive coordinator. That was a big narrative on this show and every show, every network. It's like the players are quitting. But then they had the bye, and buys generally, everybody gathers around. 10 straight practices. It's like a little bit of a preseason without a preseason. Andy Dalton since then.
He's so smug.
6 games, 4-2, 67% completion percentage, 13 TDs, 4 picks, passer rating of 102. Oh, my friends, that's Dak. Let me ask you right now, if the Cowboys win Sunday, 7-9, they're a playoff team. Dak started 1-3 and was trailing. If he would have played no Dalton, just sitting on the bench, Andy playing Dak, what do you think? They're 8-8? I mean, they ain't 12-4. They're not 11-4.
Okay, thoughts on that? Should we have stuck with Andy Dalton?
No.
The funny thing is, how every year it's always a new flavor of guys that are better or compared with Dak. And somehow they just keep falling by the wayside. The highway is littered. You remember when Deshaun Watson, it was like, oh my God, and Deshaun Watson, if you look at his numbers, that last year he was in with the Texans and everybody was talking about he was a top 5 quarterback. It was freaking garbage time. They were 4-12.
There goes Twiz.
What's up, Twiz? How you doing, bro?
Dak deserves $73 million a year since the cap went up. Pay the man. Pay him.
He beats me. Straight up. Pay him.
He pays me?
Pay that man his money.
Pay the man his money. Oh, Lordy. Here.
Pay him.
Let's go
Hell to the nah.
Let's go to another goodie here.
It's not. All right, here we go, Joy. It's time for Dak Prescott wants to get paid like Russell Wilson or more. So let's lay it out there. Who would I take Dak over and not over? Dis or Dak?
Dis or Dak. All right. Would you rather have Russell Wilson or Dak?
It's not. It's literally Russell Wilson leads the NFL, 100 touchdown passes in 3 years. Tom Brady second, 15 fewer.
When was this?
Would you rather have Jared Goff or Dak?
Jared Goff was a number one pick for a reason. Jared Goff throws a beautiful football. Jared Goff is Matt Ryan with a better arm. Jared Goff easily.
Jimmy Garoppolo or Dak?
Closer, but Garoppolo, I think, throws a better football. I think Garoppolo, Bill Belichick, highest quarterback he ever drafted, and was willing to bail on Brady for Garoppolo. He wasn't willing to bail on Brady for Jarrett Stidham, and everybody tells me how great Jarrett Stidham is.
All right, how about Derek Carr or Dak?
I think size. There is a kind of alpha to Dak I like. It's close, but probably Dak. I think Dak has there's a little it factor with Dak. His leadership style I like. Derek throws a nice ball, though. I'm not anti-Derek Carr. I think he throws a really nice ball. It's close.
Okay.
All right, is this close? Would you rather have Patrick Mahomes or Dak?
That's not. Patrick Mahomes throwing left-handed or Dak? That's not.
Okay, he's right on that.
As I say that, everybody rolls their eyes. Dak wants Russell Wilson money. Like Russell Wilson, Mahomes, you can make some statistical arguments. Russell Wilson is more profound. You can't even make an argument there.
Would you rather have Matt Ryan or Dak?
I'd rather have Matt Ryan. I think he's about the 9th or 10th best quarterback in the league. I think he throws a beautiful ball. He's accurate, good pre-snap, doesn't get hurt.
Doesn't get hurt.
I don't think he has a huge arm, but I think he's a much more accurate thrower of the football than Dak, and I think that matters.
Would you rather have Teddy Bridgewater or Dak?
Based on Teddy's been hurt, Dak hasn't. Dak's a bigger, stronger athlete, so I'd probably slightly go Dak.
Slightly Dak
How
over
about
Teddy
Kirk
Bridgewater.
Cousins or Dak?
Kirk Cousins. He throws a good football.
He throws a good ball.
He's not a real it guy in big games, but he throws a really good football. He's a very natural thrower. He just doesn't have a big arm. I think
Carson Wentz is a Maserati. That's
quarterback.
a
Who throws a better football? Kirk Cousins.
Would you rather have Matt Stafford or Dak?
Oh, Matt Stafford's a better talent. Yeah, I don't think anybody doubts that. Now, Matt Stafford is underachieved, in my opinion, but in terms of a talent, he's a little too casual at times. Brock Howard, Heward used that word, but Matt's a big-time talent.
How about Ryan Tannehill or Dak?
Dak. Tannehill's a nice kid, but I've seen the act. Doesn't throw, listen, in all those playoff wins, he was throwing for about 80 yards. Come on.
How about Lamar Jackson or Dak?
Again, Lamar is exceptional at something. One of my things about Dak is, what's he great at? Lamar is the best running quarterback ever and has become a very accurate thrower.
Same playoff record.
All right. How about Baker Mayfield or Dak?
Dak, because there's maturity issues over and over and over again with Baker. And this is a franchise quarterback position. So, and for the record, you think I'm taking a shot? I'm not. I'm just saying, with Baker, I get this. I get all over the map. Good game, bad game. Good half, bad half. With Dak, I kind of feel like I always kind of get something reasonably close. I get less up and down.
How about Josh Allen or Dak?
Oh, Josh Allen's first of all, Josh Allen's arm is a cannon. Josh Allen's bigger. He's more athletic with a much better arm. Now, Josh Allen, his judgment, he can make bad throws.
And still does.
That's where I like Dak.
Still does.
But if you're stacking up talent, I think almost every GM would take Josh Allen.
Sam Darnold or Dak?
Sam Darnold. He's a playmaker. He's a first rounder.
Oh, my Lord.
He has had... Dak's had a great O-line. Okay. Sam's had an atrocious O-line. Okay. Dak has had a great running back. Sam
That's
has
when you have your
Le'Veon
opinion
Bell,
made
who
for
Adam
any questions.
Gase, I don't think loves. Sam hasn't had any help so far. If you gave Sam Dak's
it's been a while, Philly
Sam people,
this was when
him,
Dak was getting his last contract.
Sam Darnold today
3 years
is
ago.
probably favored to win that division because Sam Darnold's a playmaker.
Carson Wentz or Dak?
Not close. I think Carson Wentz has the second arm in the league in terms of arm angles, strength, zip, touch.
He's injured a lot.
Zip.
He is, but he is when he's healthy. He's
Carson
I think
Wentz.
Carson Wentz is second to Mahomes in terms of just.
It's a Maserati. Remember that.
Would you rather have Andy Dalton or Dak? Colin.
Dak.
Wow. Got
It's
another
not a
one.
slam dunk.
It's not a
It's not a
slam
slam
dunk.
dunk.
Andy Dalton came into this league when he had
Andy
Andrew Whitworth
Dalton.
at left tackle. And what was the other good offensive lineman? Smith. I'm forgetting his name. When Andy Dalton, Andre Smith, when Andy Dalton had time to throw,
Carson
Andy
Wentz.
Dalton was good. He was getting to the playoffs.
I'm not saying it's a Grand Canyon gap, but
Laurel Canyon?
Thomas
all right. So
says,
you
cut
have
that shit
you
off.
take Derek Carr, you would take
Dak
or
over
you would
Derek
take Dak
Carr.
over Derek Carr. You would take Dak over Andy Dalton, and you would take him over Baker and Ryan Tannehill.
Sam
That's
is a
it.
And I think Kirk
playmaker.
Cousins would go either way. I think
Okay, so like I said, you've got all of these guys that have fallen by the wayside that they've been saying, Dak, or, that Dak's garbage in comparison to him. But yet they somehow still keep falling by the wayside. Now, Cloud's Coffee said that, where is it? You pointed out that Matthew Stafford has gone further than Dak.
What's up, Clouds?
If it's then let's play that game for a second, Clouds. How far did Matthew Stafford go with the Lions? Okay, how far? Because I assume that Matthew Stafford didn't learn how to play quarterback when he went to the Rams. Because if it was just about the quarterback, why didn't he ever take the Lions to a playoff win? I'll wait. When he went to the Rams, they had a winning culture. They had a team that was built. They went out and they said, let's get some more weapons. He already had great receivers, and they added Odell before another knee injury. And their defense, you got, arguably the best player in football on defense, and you go out and add a Von Miller, not a Von Miller that's been in Buffalo, but Von Miller who was making a lot of plays. So you had a great team. You can't look and say that Dak Prescott's ever had a team that was that complete, that continued to add more playmakers. So are we saying that the reason why they won the Super Bowl was just Matthew Stafford? And that if you had taken Matthew Stafford, then how come he didn't do that in Detroit? Because those things weren't equal.
What's up, Primetime Phil? What's going on, buddy?
So thoughts on that, my buddy? Game Time. Shout out to Game Time. I want y'all to understand, if you haven't subscribed to Game Time, do it. This man has got COVID. He got COVID here, talking and trashing our Cowboys and trying to keep them accountable. The least you can do, and it don't cost you a dime, is to sub up to the channel.
Brother, can you spare a dime?
Can you spare a sub? Can you spare a sub up? That's all.
Come on, I just want one wing. Just give me one wing. So, yeah, I think he's an idiot, man. All this, I can't listen to that, man. The Colin Cowturd, he makes every excuse in the world why Dak is not he's an average guy. Remember, he's a Corvette. Carson Wentz was a Maserati. He keeps getting shut down time and time again. But listen, at least he's consistent. It is what it is, man.
Clouds, I can see you're definitely not a Dak Prescott fan. Golf has now taken the Lions to the NFC Championship game. Meanwhile, Dak is losing in the rounds.
Again, Clouds, we're in a position, whether you like Dak or not, to ride it out. If not, then you could just cut him.
Yeah,
you can cut him if that's what you want to do. But
you're still going to pay him, okay? But it's.
What's up, Twiz? Thoughts on Meek Mill?
I'm a Cowboys fan, but this pity part
is that true? Who cares?
Okay. Listen to me. Okay.
Meek Mill's gay? Who cares?
Okay, Clouds.
Is he?
Clouds. If the 49ers didn't need to spend the money or the picks to go out and get Christian McCaffrey to win the Super Bowl, or to go out and get Randy Gregory or Chase Young or Hargrave, why would they have gone out to get all that extra talent? Why would they? If they didn't need it to get to the Super Bowl. They did because they recognize we have to have better talent as well as be better coached. They had better talent, but their coaching let them down in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I got to dig on you, Weiner fans. I had to dig on you. If it wasn't about having better talent, then why is it constantly that the Eagles are trying to bring in more talent? They had the best offensive line in football. They had a really good running game before. They had, a good receiver in Devontae Smith. They had a great tight end in Dallas Goedert. And they said, hey, let's go out and get ourselves another really good wide receiver. And I will say a playmaking wide receiver who's a big body who can make plays. They do these things so that way they can get to the Super Bowl. We have never done that. And I'm sorry, you can't take Neville Gallimore and Dante Fowler and Mozzie Smith and compare that to San Francisco's defensive front. You just can't. You can't compare Tony Pollard and Rico to Christian McCaffrey.
You can't.
You can't. You can't take Marquez Bell as a linebacker and compare him to Greenlaw and their other linebacker. You just can't, if you can't recognize that is better talent across the board beyond the quarterback. I know everybody seems to think it's only the quarterback. If that's the case, why isn't it Aaron Rodgers winning the Super Bowl every year when he was a Packer? He won one. And you can't argue that he's not great. And you can look at right now, Pat Mahomes this year, down year, 27 TDs, 14 interceptions. That's not exactly incredible numbers. Sorry, that's pedestrian. That's pedestrian numbers. His defense stepped up. They were down 10-0. He throws a pick almost in the red zone. His defense stops them and gives them a chance. That's all I'm saying. You got to understand. You're saying it's a pity party. Listen, it's the whole team. How long have we been talking about linebacker game time?
What's that? I'm sorry.
How long have we been talking? I know it's easy to tune out for me. How long have we been talking about needing linebackers? Since we got rid of Jalen Smith, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Since Dropfoot left.
Yeah. And we've all known, even at that time, that Van Der Esch is injury prone. He's had a broken freaking neck.
Yeah.
How many times?
Yeah, exactly. This wasn't a shocker. We went into last year and it's all the front office.
Yeah.
It was horrendous. Just I wanted to bring this news up to everybody. Since we can't seem to do anything, the team who's won back-to-back Super Bowls and won 3 out of the last 4, I guess. Yeah. Growing optimism that Chiefs and Chris Jones will strike a deal. Yeah. The rich get richer. Everybody's saying, "Oh, Chris Jones is going to reach the market." They're going to find a way to get it done. Why? Because they're a winning organization. Why? Because they have a GM who's willing to make it. Do what he has to do to get the job done. Okay, not us. So it's just embarrassing.
Well, actually, they have a competent GM as opposed to Catboy, who does not know what he's doing.
Kenny James, what's up, my man?
Either we piss off a guy and they say, "Screw it, I'm out of here," or they overpay and make bad contracts and leave dead money.
Oh, man. Rex Grossman made it to the Super Bowl. Good call, Sugar Daddy. There you go. Listen, Brad Johnson arguably had one of the most rag arms ever to be in a Super Bowl. Trent Dilfer. Okay. We can go on and on, people. We can literally go on and on. No offense, Twiz, but your quarterback, Philly, Nicky Six, Nick Foles, won a Super Bowl. Come on now. It's a team game. Come on now. Lamar Jackson's 2-5 in playoffs. He's won 2 MVPs. Dak has been runner-up MVP 2 out of the last 3 years as I'm making this statement. We're not talking over his life of his 8-year in the league. Dak has been MVP runner-up 2 out of the last 3 years. Yep. That's talking about consistency. And that's sandwiched around a year where he had thumb surgery on his throwing hand, came back, and won a playoff game. So,
Hey, how you doing?
let's not let facts get in the way of a good story. I'm sorry. Listen, I went back and forth with Mark over Dak Prescott, not about him staying, but the structure of the contract and him opening his mouth and yada, yada, yada. But I am no way saying I don't want Dak on the team because I think, and that's our best opportunity to win something is with Dak Prescott. Unless Pat Mahomes falls in our lap or somebody else that I don't know. All these young quarterbacks, there's no guarantee. There's no Troy Aikman in this draft. Caleb Williams, there's rumor that Jaden Daniels might be the first pick. So I'm just letting you know.
Well, remember when they said that Trevor Lawrence was, generational?
Again,
You know,
Trevor
and he's
Lawrence
got a lot of
love the
turnovers.
talent, just like the guy in LA Chargers. I love I love the kid's talent. But what have you won?
Okay.
It's about winning, isn't it? They don't even win as much as Dak wins in the regular season. They don't even win as much as Dak does.
You want me to make you sick here? Listen to this. When we talk about the cap issues and Dak Prescott and wasted money, our dead money for this year, $6 million is going to Zeke. $6 million in dead money is actually going to Tyron Smith because they restructured his deal and kicked some into a voidable year. $1.5 million is going to Dorrance Armstrong. Another almost $1 million is going to Boss Man Fat, and $200,000 is going to Jabril Cox. So we have $15 million in dead money. You follow what I'm saying here?
I follow
Last
you.
year, it was $8 million on Lyle Collins was one of the ones. And so when you end up making, Catboy ends up making, because they've waited, because deadlines make deals, happen, and they make bad deals where they've basically got a gun to their head, and you make a deal for Zeke Elliott that's above and beyond what any running back's making after his fourth year when running backs go downhill, that's what happens. So we ended up paying $7 million last year on the cap and $6 million this year on the cap. And we're about to do this with Michael Gallup, where we'll add another $8 million to this year's dead money, which will bring us to $23 million of dead money on contracts that we screwed the pooch on. But it's the quarterback. $23 million. How many free agents could we get with that? Good ones.
Yeah.
Bobby Wagner's
At least
only made $12 million over the last 2 years. Mahomes number 1, Burrow number 2, Jordan Love number 3.
Slow down with that.
I'm not ready for Jordan Love yet. I mean, he played pretty good, but I'm not ready to say that he's there. I might say C.J. Stroud would be above Jordan Love right now.
I think Jordan Love has a great upside.
I think so too, but I'm not ready to anoint him after one season.
Linda's back. Dead money is not a topic because of the cap increases as long as you have good relationships with players to extend. Very smart, Linda. Yeah, I'm tired of hearing about the salary cap. It's a real thing. We know that, Stephen Jones. We know that. But, like good teams find a way to get it done. Stop trying to negotiate through the media. Elena, how are you, Elena?
Well, that would be great if we would, but that's what that's the Cowboys' whole thing is to put their dirty laundry out there because, everybody wants to see Jerry Jones, you are the father, Maury Povich show and shit. That's what makes the Cowboys money. We don't get any good free agents anymore. We haven't had any good free agents since forever. When I went through the laundry hats, they had a top 15 Cowboys free agents of all time. The only one that was on there current was at 13 was J-Ron Curse.
J-Ron. J-A-Ron.
And when you have guys like Keith Brookings and Zach Thomas that were basically here for a cup of coffee on that list, it goes to show you we haven't done anything in a long time.
Wow. Wow.
The best ones we had, of course, were like Deion Sanders and Jay Novacek, Nate Newton, one of our offensive linemen, I can't remember the name. We had like 5 during the 90s that were all like impact players. Ray Donaldson, that were all impact players and key players for the Cowboys. And we just haven't done that in forever.
Yeah, I don't know. I see us getting a tackle, not a center. I think they're going to stick with what they got if I had to bet now.
Well, if you honestly, I will say
I like the West Virginia center, but you'd have to trade down. That's what I'm saying. You could trade down and to the bottom of the first round, maybe even the top of the second, get your offensive tackle and your center. Bang, bang. But, there's a lot I could do. Eric Haters, welcome to the show. Hamid is back. How was dinner?
If I had to make a choice between tackle or center, I would say the tackle. Because if you end up keeping Tyler Smith and Zach Martin as your guards, you can have a weaker center because you're strong on each side of them. The problem we've had in past years was we were weak at center and we were having problems at left guard when Tyler Smith was out and Tyler was playing tackle. We didn't really have – we were dead in 2 positions. But ultimately, I really need Terrence Steele to play a hell of a lot better than what he did last year. And I hope that's just that he was still recovering from injury.
What's up, Mouse? How you been, buddy? I haven't seen you in a while. Well, I remember you. Of course I remember you, Mouse. You got to show up more. Dave Thompson, if Jerry's the father, why did she go through the press instead of keeping it quiet? Jerry won't put her in the will with that type of conduct. I think the mother... I think the mother signed an NDA years ago or something, or something to that effect. She got money once from him. It was a small. I don't know what exactly it was. Nothing life changing. Nothing life changing.
Alrighty. So, anybody change your mind? Oh, Trey Lance is trending on Twitter.
What's he saying? He feels like he could start. That's all we need.
Part of me wish Stephen Jones would screw around until Dak sought out a trade with a team he was comfortable with and let Trey Lance step in. I'd enjoy watching the anti-Dak hive squirm after years with Lance that didn't produce any different results than what we're used to. That was somebody there. Okay.
Well,
rethinking the 21 draft. Imagine if the 49ers had drafted Justin Fields instead of Trey Lance. Okay.
Is this a break here or what?
Looks like it.
Potential cost to trade up. Here we go. Look at that, guys, gals.
I can't. It's too small for me to see from here.
Potential cost to trade up from the second to the first. Just one spot.
How much are they talking about?
A second, a third, a fifth, and a first rounder next year. A second, a third, a fifth, and a number 1 next year. Just to go from 2 to 1. That's nuts.
Yeah. To move up one spot. Well, remember what Chicago did to move up one to get Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah.
They gave up like 4 picks. This is Cowboys reg. Let's be real. The Cowboys can't afford to pay Dak, Cooper Rush, and Trey Lance. The Cowboys would have the highest paid quarterback room in the league. Trey Lance to be traded him before he plays, so that leaves Cooper Rush has to be traded or cut. Yeah, but what are you going to get for Cooper Rush? You ain't getting shit for him. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. Nick Foles way better than Dak. Come on,
wow.
Hamid.
Gary Myers. I'll read this. 3 years after 5 quarterbacks were drafted in the top 15, and looks at what's happened. Trevor Lawrence, disappointment so far. Zach Wilson, permission to seek a trade. Trey Lance, traded to the Cowboys. Justin Fields, likely to be traded by Chicago. Mac Jones, likely out in New England. That's 5 quarterbacks in the top 15. And literally, the only one that looks like he's staying with his team is Trevor Lawrence.
It's not easy. It's not easy hitting on these. So, like, here's the deal. When you have one, whether you think it's Super Bowl worthy or not, I think we do get spoiled a little bit. Yeah, you don't have to like Dak, and I don't know what there's not to like other than the playoff success, but that's a team thing, right? I mean, what happened between last year and this year with Jalen Hurts? Did he just lose how to play football and he sucks as a quarterback?
Yeah.
He was great last year. This year he lost to Tampa Bay.
And
so does that mean it's all on Jalen?
And not with Tom Brady. Okay.
Well, that's what I was saying, but I won't even go that far. Bottom line is, you looked horrendous coming down the stretch. That falls on the quarterback, right?
Okay.
Or does it?
Okay,
or does it? You can't have it both ways. Is it the quarterback or is it a team game? That's what I'm trying to tell people.
Wow, this is interesting. Okay, so
Gary Myers is a hell of a writer. He don't play the games either.
Okay, so Jalen Hurts, his rookie year, of course, he split time with Carson Wentz, so I don't know that we really count that one, but 52% completions, 1,061 yards, 6 TDs, 4 interceptions, a 77 rating. 2021, his first year as starter, 61.3, 3,100 yards, 16 TDs, 9 interceptions, 87 rating. His third year, the contract year, 65.5%, 3,700 yards, 22 TDs, 6 interceptions, 101. And then last year, and you have to look at it and say he had a lot of things to work with on that team. 65% completions, stayed about the same, just a little bit drop. 3,800 yards, but 23 TDs, 15 interceptions, and an 89 rating. Look at that vision of loveliness. Look at that. That's a sexy woman right there. How you doing, baby? You need me? You need me, baby? About an hour till the combine's finished. 8 o'clock. Is there a problem, baby? Is there a problem that I can fix? Because I can do it in the mix. Why are you always laughing at me? Okay. All right. What's up, Jeff Lee? How are you doing? Sugar Daddy. Henry Hill on making almost $1 billion in Major League Baseball. No man is worth $60 million a year. No man, period. Okay. So is any team worth about $400 million a year? Which is really one team, one person? Can't win in the playoffs if your defense didn't step up. Amen on that one, CHD. I don't hear people saying Baker is better than Herbert. Winning takes a team. Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute, Coyote. Winning takes a team?
Now it's a team.
Wait a minute, that's not the case with Dak Prescott. You're right, Chad Patrick Mahomes has a great team around him, Chad. Now, I will say that he did not have, support-wise this year, his receivers led the league in drops. But his numbers also dropped with that. But fortunately, he had his team that was also able to pick up, and their defense played lights out in the playoffs. Let's be clear. Their defense was stout. I wanted to order just the ottomans. They don't have them anymore. We're going to have to order middle sections, and I'm thinking we need to order 3 of them because I think that they might be disappearing. Trust me, I went in. That's the blue-gray, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yep, they don't have the ottomans, so you have to buy it with the back, which is more. So it's $219 versus $160. But I'm thinking buy at least 2.
But won't you have extra?
We could put the back, if we could use the back on the side piece there, but we will have an extra one. Because the ottoman right there, you could put a back on it. Jeff Lee says, hi, Tracy.
Hi, Jeff Lee.
Yo, Mark, my high school volleyball team won the championship. Shout out to Laura Cook. Tracy was a big volleyball player. She loves some volleyball. Laura Cook, but our knees now don't love it. We too old for that shit now. Kansas City is just fully invested in Holmes. He's part over to Kansas City Royals too. They go out and they support him. You know, that's the difference. Is we say let's get rid of our running back and don't replace him. Even the Eagles. Now the Eagles are looking at moving on from Swift, but you hear them, of course, talking about Saquon could be there or Henry could be. They're looking at bringing in somebody to replace the guys that go. We don't. My Chiefs didn't score a TD in the second half against the Ravens and couldn't score in the Super Bowl the first 2 quarters. There you go. But your defense, that defense against the Ravens, man, those 3 takeaways, that was key. Those 3 takeaways saved the season. But congratulations to you, CH&D at D. Oh, no, it wasn't our championship game. It was just a game. Oh, okay. Well, you get to that championship game and win that. Have the linebackers run? Yeah, I'll be honest with you. We've been just bitching about the Cowboys more than anything, than watching. My TV.
Go Pack, go Pack, go Pack. We the best team in the league.
This room is about 29 feet long, and it's
Niners.
like a 43-inch TV that's on the fireplace over there. So it's I'm kind of having to split real hard like this, to see it. Chiefs defense stepped up in the playoffs. Alan Williams says, hello, Tracy.
Hello.
Eagles will get great players. Okay. Well, they'll definitely try. I won't guarantee that they'll get great players, but you can at least say they try. Mark, I need a 70-inch TV. We got a 65 that's downstairs, but with the mantelpiece as tall as it is here, I don't think it'll fit up here on that in the space because I think it'll be hitting the ceiling. The Eagles breed septicus. Oh, septicus, okay. From what I'm looking at there, Game Time, am I wrong?
What's that?
1,500 subscribers.
Yes, I'm over 1,500. You are correct, sir.
Congratulations.
I'm getting there. Where you at? You're on a big time roll.
91.
You went from 57 last year.
I hit 60 right around Thanksgiving.
Right, so I said. So you like before the year, you were at 57, 58.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Damn. This is your year, Brian. Go Pack, go Pack, go Pack. Listen, man, you guys beat the shit out of us. I'll keep it 100. We weren't in that game, so Shout out to you. Oscar, somewhere like 52 or 54 million. 54 million point. Is there a max what you want to give Mahomes? If you give Dak 60, Mahomes will get 70 or 80. It's got to stop sometime. It's all about percentage. You normally don't want to exceed 15% of your salary cap for your quarterback. We would be below that, right, Mark? If we gave him 60 mil, where we would be right at. So we're not like, I think you can get it done, Oscar, without a problem. As soon as we sign it, then the Buffalo QB will go right past Dak. So Dak will be in the top 5 within 6 months.
Coyote, the Packers punted one time. What makes you think we'd even without the turnovers, we were going to be able to stop anyone? Truer words ain't been spoken. That team, that was a complete failure by the whole team. The only person you looked at and said they had a good game was Jake Ferguson's. I heard that bark.
Yeah.
So how you feeling? Feeling still pretty good so far?
Yeah, man, I feel good. Obviously, I guess it's done, or they're stretching. So I guess they probably took a break, had a snack, and now they're going to finish up here. It looks like this guy here, Peyton Wilson. This guy is going to be on the board for us. He's very, very good. Problem is, he's had a lot of injuries in his career. But if the medicals come back.
Oh, don't tell me medicals. Jeez.
Well, listen, if the medicals come back, he's just, then you take him. Our doctor's the one that did the surgery, so he doesn't have drop foot. He has 2 working feet, so that's good. Okay, cool, Thomas.
I want somebody who's uninjured.
Yeah, me too, but you know how that works. You know how that works. I'm looking at Johnny Wilson from Florida State. He's 6'6", 237. Wow. That's what your boy was talking about. So I see it.
Matt says we need defensive weapons to win a Super Bowl in the NFL. That's the thing. See, I don't think people understand that there's 2 seasons in the NFL. That there's a regular season, which is high flying and everything and all that. But once playoffs happen, you got to be able to stop the run and you got to be able to run the football. And if you can't do those things, we didn't do either of them. We were horrendous at both. And that's why we get blown out.
Yep. This is correct, sir. This is correct. Oscar,
Matt,
that's what I'm saying.
We need a great D tackle and linebacker free agency, and we're good.
Yeah,
we've got it. Okay, if we bring back Stephon Gilmore, and if Diggs comes back, in pretty good shape, and Bland takes another step, I think the change of Mike Zimmer, having been away for a year or two, that maybe he's got a fresh perspective. But we know that he likes his big defensive tackles that will plug the middle of the field. We know he loves linebackers and what they do, and he has his safeties playing downhill. So you will still have an aggressive defense. And the thing with Micah Parsons is he is really a Swiss Army knife type of a player, that if you can get a couple of big guys on there to be able to hold the line, I don't necessarily need them to be sackers, but they've got to be able to occupy space to keep the linebackers free. Then you can turn Micah Parsons loose and he'll be even more effective. And it's crazy that, I know Dorrance Armstrong had 7.5 sacks, but the question is, you have to look at that is, how many of those were because Micah Parsons getting double and triple teamed?
Yeah.
You know, when you have one guy who's demanding that much attention, everybody else should be feasting and getting a whole lot more than what they're getting. It's still, Sam Williams with only 4 sacks. How is it we got a guy that's 260 pounds, 6'4", and can run a 4.640 and has Micah Parsons on the other side? How is it you're not beating somebody one-on-one?
Yeah, exactly.
Tall order: Eagles, New York, and Washington, who lurk in the shadow, really come out unless they win more games than they lose, or happy to get lucky and beat Dallas. Well, we do, in part of the thing too, we have to understand, we always feast in our division. We always get about 5 victories in our division. So, you know, with another 11 games, you go 500, you're a 10-win team. All 12 Cardinals fans showed up before the Packers fans. They left in 2016. Facts, Parsons needs help. Dallas Cowboys are a good team, just not a great team. That's the problem. We need just a little bit more to get us over the hump. See if it's on there. So, or click on it, see if you can order it. Because it keeps saying it's not available. Oh, okay. All right. I'll put 3 of them in the cart then. I couldn't find them. I'm sure it's the right color.
Mm. How's Tracy doing? All right? She happy to see you?
How's Tracy doing? Tracy? Are you happy to see me? She said, "Of course." As she walks away. Dallas Cowboys say, "I want more Micah back to blitzing linebacker and sign a front 4 player. Got to spend more money to be a great team. Joneses are cheap." I don't know that they're cheap. I think it's
I don't.
They here's the thing: you don't get into cap hell every year by being cheap. You get into cap hell by making bad contracts. They don't spend their money well, okay? And that's the problem. The fact that you got Dak Prescott's contract, that you got $36 million in dead money right now, is because you screwed up with other contracts. Why do you sign a Jalen Smith, a guy that you know has a drop foot, to a year early contract?
Why?
Why?
Because they thought they were getting a deal. That's why.
Why do you sign a Michael Gallup?
You know what? But do you remember when they did that, though? They signed him. Who was up for a contract? And
Dak.
They signed Jalen, and they said, "Oh, there's some." Was it Dak about the piece of the pie? Wasn't that about?
Yeah,
Dak?
that was Dak. Uh-oh.
Yeah, remember? There's only so many pieces of the pie, or some shit that like about that, and they hurried up and signed him. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
Meanwhile, he played 2 years, like more, not even.
And that's the thing that's crazy about it, that we keep doing that. So you signed him to a contract when you didn't have to. You still had another year on it. And with Michael Gallup, I want to me, I still am mystified on why they did Michael Gallup, because Michael Gallup, after his second season, his numbers were going downhill.
Mm-hmm.
It was, he had a great sophomore season. Let's see.
Hey, Sugar Daddy, how about this? I think Micah will always move around, but in Mike Zimmer's scheme, he could play more in the A-gap as a blitzing linebacker and sign Danielle Hunter. Would you like that, Sugar Daddy? Have Danielle on one side, have D-Law, he has another year or two, whatever, and we have Sam Williams. That's a decent rotation. So with Micah. With a young guy. Give me Danielle Hunter. I would be happy with that.
Yeah, that would be great. And he, of course, has the relationship. Okay, so Michael Gallup in 2018, 507 yards, 15.4, right? He came on the second half of the season. His second year was incredible. 1,100 yards, 16.8 per reception. Excuse me.
God bless.
Then his third year, he started going downhill. He dropped to 843 yards, dropped 2.5 yards per completion. And then the year that he got hurt and got paid, he dropped to 445 yards, 12.7, another 2 yards less per completion. And that's when we decided, let's pay him $13 million a year. And so then, of course, the next year it dropped to 424, and last year to 418 yards. So when you see the trend of him going downhill for 3 years, why do you sign him to a massive contract after he's injured?
Yeah.
And so that's $13 million. It is going to cost us over the next 2 years to say goodbye. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's why we can't sign other players. You would have been better off saying, Michael Gallup, you're coming back from injury. We'll give you a 1-year deal, and use that money and held on to Amari Cooper. Oh, I forgot. But then we wouldn't have had that 5th-round pick that we did such great things with. Anyway.
NFL test electronic first downs. I mean, why are we waiting? League gauging interest of teams on whether to move forward with implementation. Where they put something in the ball. Yeah, they should have done that. We've been crying for that for how long?
I would at least be happy with a play clock. So that way at least a buzzer. How difficult would it be for a buzzer?
Because how many times you sit there and you're like, I'm at the game. I remember being at the first game of the year, and I'm sitting there behind Dak or behind the quarterback for the Giants, and he snaps the ball and it's at 0. I'm like, it's at 0. It's not even close. But they give him an extra second, I guess. And it's like, why? 0 is 0, is it not? It's like in basketball. Once you release the ball before the light comes on, it's good. If not, it don't count. I don't understand why we got to play this stupid. But it's the NFL. Big time sport that has part-time officiating. You got lawyers, doctors,
and you got billions of dollars being gambled on it. I love Matt's take here. Mozzie Smith needs to take time to develop and put some weight on so he can stop the run. He had weight. He was 337 pounds. And
Dan Quinn told him to lose 30 pounds. 35 pounds.
Oh, shit. Yeah, they told him to go on a diet and lose some weight.
And it makes sense because they were probably looking at the tape, and the kind of scheme that Minnesota plays is more of a read and react, stuff the run type scheme, which is kind of what Zimmer does. Zimmer doesn't want necessarily to get penetration with his interior linemen. He has them shade. So he has them basically, shading, playing in between the offensive line. So it's not like he wants you to get up the field. It's more holding the point of attack and stop the run. And they probably saw that he wasn't getting off the line. Well, maybe we can get some speed out of him by having him lose 30 pounds. No, wrong. But all right, here we go. We got the linebackers.
Chris Braswell?
Yeah, Braswell out of Alabama. He's that second round, probably a little later than second round, probably third, fourth round guy. Kind of skinny. Let's see what we got. Too broke to pay attention. Mozzie took the wrong advice on that one. You are correct, sir. If we took Armstrong and Fowler, give me Hunter. 4-6. Yes. 4-6 for Chris Braswell.
I remember I used to could run a 4.6.
Did you really? Wow. Yeah. That's right. You ran track, didn't you?
Yeah, I ran track too.
He's reminiscing.
Things I used to could do, man.
doing the thing during the season to lose weight makes no sense. Yeah, that was crazy.
Matt says, I know football. I've been watching my whole life. That's what Skip Bayless says, too. I remember. But Keyshawn put his, well, I've been watching football. I've been covering football. It's like, but you ain't ever played, Skip.
It always feels like, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Somebody's watching you. I want to see Peyton Wilson, Jeremiah Trotter. Let me see here and pull up some of the names here.
My TV said, you ain't still watching this long. You never did answer my question. I texted it to you.
Got Edgerrin Cooper right here. There you go, 6'2", 230. You would have to probably trade up in the second round.
How long?
Look at my man, Texas A&M Aggie. 4'5". Like it. I'm curious to see what Cecil Gray runs out of North Carolina, the linebacker. Very curious to see. Basically got Edgerrin Cooper, Cecil Gray, Jeremiah Trotter, Tyron Hopper, Peyton Wilson, Junior Colson, Jalen Ford, Tommy Eichenberg. I'm interested in this Notre Dame linebacker, Maris Liafu. So I'm just curious to see who's here. Here we go.
Fifth, what, here?
Kalen Deloche, 4'5".
What's happening? Huh? It's election day. Oh, that's Tuesday. So is that the delivery day?
Excuse me.
Huh? To your parents' house. Okay.
How's your mother-in-law doing?
Getting there. Pretty good.
Okay. Kansas State.
He's big. He looks tall.
Yeah.
He looks more like an edge rusher than more like an outside linebacker than a Mike.
You can eat it.
Easton Gibbs. Did you see my text? If they're just doing the 40s now, they're not going to get all these drills in by 8.
Probably not.
Huh?
I doubt it. How do I? Oh, here he goes. Cedric Gray. This is the guy I was talking about out of North Carolina. He kind of, they say he's got some Bruce Carter traits, so
He's got a
we'll
good
see.
lean forward, a smooth sort of stride. Looks tall.
Yeah.
He's got some muscle up top. Arms that could wrap around you.
Pause. I'm curious to see Jeremiah Trotter Jr. run out of Clemson's. Yeah, Twiz, you don't like Fangio? You heard the Sills talk about it. I don't think Fangio's as bad as what Dan Saleo said, but it's a make or break year for all players in Philly. All are accountable for bad play. Nobody's beyond getting rid of. Her Linda Conyers. Too broke to pay attention. I'll take with me the 90s Cowboys memories to my sunshine after the rain.
Dallas Road drafts first round.
Why do
Who knows
I
what they will do?
say goodbye? I'm sorry. I really liked Antonio Pierce. He's having a blast. Look at him. The players love playing for him, too. He's having a blast.
Once they did the right thing with the interim coach. They messed up
Who
that
we
year
got here?
that Matt, I can't remember his last name, was the coach and ended up taking him to the playoffs. And they decided, nah, we're not going to keep him.
All right, who we got? Here he is. Here's the guy I was talking about out of Notre Dame.
Is it Morris?
He's a sideline to sideline type of cat. Curious to see what he runs.
6'2" and an eighth, 234.
He looks fast, if anything. No rolling starts. Ooh, 4'6".
4'6", yeah. Have you seen Catboy with a stopwatch?
He's there somewhere. He better be talking to somebody. That's all I know. I'm sure he's got a stopwatch. Wow, did you see that? Hey, Will, did you see that? We got to get him. Temple out. There you go, Twiz. Jordan McGee, local boy.
Alan Williams, I never want to hear Quincy's Carter game. Oh, boy. Jordan.
Billy D, like Troy says, and agree. QBs are judged on how you perform in the playoffs. This is correct.
Okay, so Jalen Hurts has lost twice to Tampa Bay. What does that say?
Yeah. Lamar Jackson has the same playoff record as Dak.
Yeah.
You know.
Justin Herbert's team gave up a
Justin Herbert lost blew a 23-point lead in the playoffs. But I know what Twiz is going to say. Yeah, but Dak's had 8 years. Still the same. Yeah.
Dak had Jason Garrett. Okay, and Scott Linehan.
Yeah, right.
Y'all about to find out about Kellen Moore. Watch, Jalen Hurts is going to be so fucked up this year with Kellen Moore's offense.
They love him, man. They love him here. They're all psyched out for Kellen.
Yeah, and so were the Chargers.
He's a quarterback savant. They're saying here in Philly.
Okay.
Oh God. Thanks, Jermaine. Appreciate it. Have fun at the boxing club, Jermaine. Devil Dog. QB can play great and lose in tournament, but you're not winning. If your QB plays bad. I got you. Is Peyton Wilson not participating? Wow, he's moving. Well, not really. He looked faster than he was. I slightly disagree with you. Have more success in the regular season or playoffs. I think that's what you label it as. If you happen to find both in person, then you have a franchise QB. I agree with that. All right, here we go. That's a good time for Cooper. Edger and Cooper, yeah, he's quick. Dallas Turner, this is a guy I think is going to slide. He's an edge rusher out of Alabama. But he's very, very athletic. He might hang with a Cooper here. He'd probably be a 4.6. I say 4.68. Man, no, I say 4.59. Oh, 4-4.
Wow. 4-4-7.
Dallas Turner run a
Man.
4-4. That's a defense. He's listed as a linebacker, but he's a defensive end. He's an athlete, but I think he drops. This is because he doesn't have any pass rush moves. He does it on the athleticism alone. But there he is. The University of Washington has a lot of good players in this draft. Bottom line, Kellen Moore is he will institute motion on offense and include hot routes to compensate for playing against the blitz. That's my take for whatever it's worth, per Linda Conyers. Listen, I can't lie. He put up a lot of stats under, for Dak Prescott. So just to, like we didn't have the playoff success under him. That's all.
The question is, was it because here's what you have to look at. Was it because of Kellen Moore or was it because of Dak? Because there was no drop-off in changing offenses.
Actually, it got better, the offense.
That's what I was going to say with Mike McCarthy. And, there's always a learning curve on changing offenses.
We shall see.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Traven Wallace. Let's see what he runs. Another guy.
CH at D, you guys know more about Cowboys needs, but I think D tackle, middle linebacker, wide receiver, and O lineman. I would replace, of course, you'd love to have another wide receiver, but I would say running back more than wide receiver because Tony Pollard's a free agent. Rico is a restricted agent, and we were definitely disappointed by our running game. Hang on, turn the heat up.
Too broke to pay attention. How have the Longhorn guys looked today? I heard Broada say they think Sweat might be him. I love Tavondre Sweat. You're going to have to be in the 30s to get him, maybe early 40s. He's not making the second round. It would be a little early to take him in the first. I'm all in on trading down in the first round to get a couple picks and take him with arguably our first pick. I love Tavondre Sweat. He would be that big boy in the middle that we would need. So I'm liking him. Oh, here he is, Peyton Wilson. This is the guy who's always injured, but he's very, very, very athletic. So we'll see what he runs here. Oh, and he just shit the bed. Rolling start.
There we go.
There's that guy who's always injured.
We've been doing that. We got rid of Zeke because we were overpaying for him, and then we overpaid for Tony Pollard. So Dak is still learning. Be mindful. He has a lot of coaches. Well, they changed the offenses. So if anything, you should look at it and say they should be better in year 2 of the Texas Coast offense. You should be able to tweak it. And you think that Brandon Cooks being in their second year will help too. Damn. Peyton Wilson with the 4-4.
Yeah, that's the guy I was telling you about. Very athletic. He's the one that had the 10 surgeries. But the last 2 he's been fine.
You ain't lying, Mark. What was I not lying about, Alan Williams?
Yes, David Cowboy.
That's the best one of the backers, wasn't it? All right. Cole's Cowboy, what's up? Jerry's scared to be put on child support. There ain't no ordinance. That ain't no ordinary white boy. I was thinking that. I was like, that was a fast white boy there. But I didn't want to say it.
All I'm going to say is he had a lot of curly hair. So okay. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. Oh, snap. Oh, this chair is comfortable.
Good night, Mark.
Oh, boy.
Well, listen, man. What do we got here?
30 minutes.
7. And we can wrap her up if we want.
Yeah, and then I could go figure out what I'm going to eat for dinner.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we could wrap it up. 7:30. I know Mark's wife is stirring.
Oh, no, she's just happy I'm here, okay?
What happened?
I said she's just happy I'm home.
Yeah.
It's just the comfort of knowing that there's somebody in the house.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
Anything on your mother-in-law?
No, she's being admitted, obviously. So they're going to have to put her on heparin and stuff like that, blood thinners. So, it's what it is, man.
Black connection said, laugh at every black guy in America was thinking that. It was true.
Bad guy in a little coat.
Oh, boy.
Bad guy in a little coat.
All right. We do have the machine. It's just that Tracy has not had time to sit here and learn how to do it and stuff yet, but we will. Actually, I've unpacked it and found its new home over here, and I'm going to be setting up the heat press because we got an oversized one to go, so that way we'll be able to do the big ones for the big guys like me.
Big ones.
So I can't wait to get that going.
And that you'll have to tell me what that is. It might be something I might have to invest in at some point.
Well, I got it from. This actually amazes me because this is one of the mugs. Let's see if you can see that right there. Okay, this is one of the mugs that was done on the same kind of machine. This was done by Bella. And this is literally printed by the machine.
Oh, really?
And then if it's a heat thing that goes on here. But I was like, where did you buy that? And it's like, she made this. So you can literally, cool. And it just feels like it's like imprinted onto it. But the machine will print out all the different colors and everything else. So, it doesn't matter what it is. You basically are putting the graphic on there. It's printed out.
And like, do you order the ink with it, or how does that work?
Well, see, here's the thing. So when we were doing the other machine, the other one is you have a sheet of this
Thanks,
vinyl.
too broke to pay attention. Thank you, buddy.
This heat-treated vinyl. And you can get, black, white, red, or whatever, or sometimes you get, camouflage stuff. That goes in a machine that cuts it out. And then you got to pull out all of the negative stuff on there. And then you heat-treat it so it lays on top of it. This is actually a printer that prints out all of the graphics. Is it a
sublimation machine? Is that what it is?
Sublimation printer.
Yeah.
So it prints out exactly in full color the transfer that becomes actually part of the fabric, as opposed to this is like
on top of it.
It's melted into it.
Yeah. Yep.
But
I had some shirts when I was a coach in travel ball for my kid. We had jerseys sublimated. They were more expensive, obviously, but the design was in the material.
Yeah, that's what this is.
You know what I mean?
The cool thing is now it's basically it's refilled the inks.
So it might be something that might be worth my investment.
Well, we bought when you buy it. This
not now, but
you can buy the smaller one. The smaller one is like
I don't want the smaller one.
This one
I like it big,
14 by 17 maximum. But when you buy them, you can buy them with like a little bit of ink or a medium amount of ink or like a full tanks. I bought like the full tanks because replacing the ink is like about $120. But supposedly there's enough ink in there to do like 600 shirts right now. And so it comes out to be, I think it's about 75 cents per print for the ink on those. And then you have to have the special paper that it goes on with it. So
So what was it for the machine and the ink?
the machine was 1,700.
Mm.
And then I got a really good heat press, which is another 400. So I was like, well, honey, you're just going to be doing my clothes for the next couple of years.
Yeah, you're gonna be doing mine for a while too.
That's how we'll pay for it, okay? I'll just buy inexpensive T-shirts, and you can go ahead and do those.
Well, I just mean we gotta, we'll have to figure out the T-shirts. See what's a good price.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that makes sense. So, Curtis Jacobs, linebacker out of Penn State.
He's got a nice stride.
Yeah.
4.58.
Very consistent. Thanks. Oh, there he is. Chuck, what's going on, buddy? How you doing, Chuck? Vinny Hagan.
Cowboys
Yeah, he is
secondary
loaded.
top of the
man.
league. If you can get a dominant D tackle and King Henry,
Luke
it could be
Kuechly.
scary. It could be. It could be if we get the Cowboys to actually want to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Which, of course, is the big
Yeah.
question.
Yeah. The big question mark is right. Still hanging, Brian. Yeah, I'm hanging, buddy. I'm hanging. I'm fading. But, I'm good.
Well, I appreciate you being here. So you're off until Monday?
Yeah,
I
so
don't
I'll
know
be
that
doing
I'm
this
going
every
to,
day.
You're gonna stream every day?
Well, I don't know that I'll do 5 hours, but we'll have to come up with something. And when do you plan on doing it again?
Is it same time tomorrow?
I don't know. I'd have to look at it, actually.
I probably will do some of it. I don't know that I'm going to do all of it.
Yeah. Honestly, don't watch college football. Don't know the players. Philly D.
I don't either.
I
need. That's where I'm going to spend some time working on that and going back through some of the stuff.
I'm doing good, Chuck. I have COVID right now. I'm still dealing with, but I'm doing all right. I'm
Shout
off
out
from
to
work for a
David
few
White.
days.
David, I need to get you down here, bro. Down here at the Red
Are
Brick
you ready
House.
to go or what, David?
Yeah,
Are you
David.
still in
are you
on the
still
draft?
in for the trip? We're under 2 months here, so we got to.
We're going to be leaving Wednesday morning from Mark's house. I'm going to head up with the rental car Tuesday. Head to
It's a lot
Mark's
shorter drive.
probably afternoon. Get there early evening. I don't know. We'll see. I'll make it there either early or later. I don't want to hit traffic, but
We don't have to drive through the night. Okay.
yeah, right. Well, that's what'll be nice. We're still
I
up
don't know.
early,
I'll be
so why
honest
not
with you,
leave?
bro? I don't know how I got through that night driving.
I don't know how. I was so tired standing on that pavement. It was crazy.
Oh fuck! When I finally got to that parking lot, it was just like, oh fuck yes, we're here. And then in the lobby, it was like,
Thanks,
it
Benny.
was so nice to us to let us check in early. We basically got an extra day in the room.
Yeah, exactly. But I was sleeping on an uncomfortable couch, so when it was hot.
I'll take it. I'll take it. This
I
time.
know. Well, we should be good. If it's only 4 of us,
Yeah.
we should be fine.
David, David says he's ready. Okay.
We gotta find. Yeah, David. We'll have to scout. Where we could stream from, and I don't know. Detroit's not known for any barbecue, is it? we got no
They're known
slaps
for
in Detroit.
Their, deep dish pizza.
In Detroit?
Yeah. And hot dogs.
Yeah, I want a glizzy. Hot dogs, huh?
And then there's Greektown, so the gyros.
Gyros with a little tzatziki. What's up, Coles Cowboys? What's up, man? You hanging in there? How's the channel going, bro? David Wiley. He's ready. Yeah, Vinny, we're inside the bubble, so we should be good. Not good barbecue, Brian. Too broke to pay attention. Yeah, I don't know what they have in Detroit, man. Never been there. Mark's been there a few times, so.
They have not far from
Look, we got the chef there. He's going to want to eat at least one good meal.
No, there's
and
a
prime
market.
time who likes to eat.
Living in
What's
Detroit
that?
means Coney Island, square pizza, slow roasted shawarma, sliders, and corned beef and egg rolls. Okay.
Detroit style pizza, says David.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
Detroit, it's like Chicago, deep dish pan pizzas.
Deep, it's thick.
It's
Pause.
That's what she said.
Detroit has pink panties pizza. Nice. Is that any relation to Pink's hot dogs? Michigan is known for its
they're known
Coney
for, like,
Island
their Coney-
dogs.
yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah.
Barbecue pigeon, David Cowboy says. I'll pass on the pigeon.
Whenever we would go, we were always staying at the Greektown Casino, which was the only one that was there when we first started going. That was before the MGM opened up and Caesars and everything else. But Greektown had a casino. It was an old, dirty casino. But right beside it, it was a Greek restaurant that we'd always go to. And there was a pizza place. Whenever we'd get to Detroit on Wednesday, me and the kids, we'd always go to the pizza place, get the square pizza. And then we would go to the Greek restaurant for breakfast because they had the best breakfast in town. Those are the two places I always remember. And then there's a hot dog place that's always like on Inns Drives and all that, where they got the foot-long Coney Island dogs and stuff there. It's not Pink's. It's Detroit's version of Pink's.
Well, very interesting.
Raven
Detroit
Wallace.
known for the ballpark Frank. Yeah, I'm not. Okay, I'll have the pizza. I need to go all the way to Detroit for a damn glizzy and a warm,
Lord.
moist bun. Give me a Rosie O'Donnell or a Guadalajara from Pink's. Shoot, as long as it tastes good, bring on the pigeon. If we don't need sauce on, if not, we need sauce on standby. Street food, okay. Verner's Ginger Ale, okay. All right, Chuck.
Trayvon Wallace, 4.55, 4.52. You know, we said we were stopping at 7:30.
Thanks.
We only got 23 minutes until this is over, or at least the coverage is.
Yeah, well, is that when it's over?
I think the coverage ends at 8 o'clock tonight.
Well, I think we stop at 8 and then you call it a night, and then you could go cook, and at least we made it through. We're watching now. Nathaniel watching out of Mississippi State.
Mm-hmm.
Dak's alma mater. He ran a 4.640 his first run. I have family up in Flint area. Okay, Chuck. Are they part of the Flint, Michigan water BS? Did they bring the drown? Do they still have water problems up there or what? Wilson coming up again. Yeah, David, I'm curious to see. Yeah, there he goes. I would take him. To me, that's an upside player. So I would take him in the second round. Absolutely. I don't know that he'll make it to us, but it all depends how his medicals went. I'm back, guys. Clemente. Oh, shit. You had a Whataburger for dinner? Game time, Brian. You gotta get you some grub. Yeah, I'm about ready to. We're stopping at 8, so I'll grab something. 4, 4, and 9. Peyton Wilson. The big boy. Wife says hello. Oh, Clemente, tell her I said hi. There it is. That's going with me to Detroit.
What is it?
Clemente gave that to me.
Oh, nice.
It's a hand engraved. It's like a key fob. Got that
Gotcha.
with the years on it. I'll have it on me in Detroit. I don't know. I might get robbed. Maybe not. Things have changed, Detroit guys. Please be careful. Lady Libra. Uh-oh, you're scaring me. Don't worry. We got David Wiley with us. He's like 6'8".
No, Detroit used to be scary, man. Now, I can guarantee you that there will be plenty of
Yeah,
security.
like where we're at, we're not.
We're pretty much going to be inside the perimeter of.
Yeah, we're not going too far out. We're not going too far out. I will, Clemente. You know that. Things have changed in Detroit, guys. Please be careful. Yeah, well, I know. It's crazy. So much for that Dallas Turner dropping in the draft. That's all you see on Twitter. All because you ran a fast 40. He's the number one. This is where I like the combine cracks me up. What's up, CHD? Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not going to chance it. I could wear it around here.
You know, it's crazy to me because I remember being at the draft in New York in, I think it was 2012, when Travis Frederick was drafted. At that time, because it was outside Radio Music, I was outside Radio City Music Hall day one, and they had only 500 tickets that they sold to fans. That was
Better
it.
pack some heat.
500 tickets for fans. That was it. No, there was no draft party or anything like that. And then the next year it was Chicago. They actually was the first like draft festival, and they had, you know, the NFL experience and stuff. And that's when it all of a sudden started taking off. And I remember meeting Jay Tuck actually at the Detroit in 2016, because I was there the draft that Dak got drafted at.
Nah, Crystal, I will be there. So you don't know if he's going, do you?
He's the same hotel. He has a reservation, but he said he's 50-50 on whether or not he's going to go.
Mm.
So it's like, okay.
Have you talked to Daniel Hernandez?
I have not heard from him.
Downtown Detroit is great. Harold Williams. Yeah, Harold, I can't imagine. There's going to be a lot of police presence there. And we went to the draft last year. To get through the barricade, well, you know, it's not like people are like, oh, my God, did you see the Super Bowl parade? Mark, I'll tell you, it's no different.
We know exactly where everything went down on that thing.
Well, but the security for the locals to do it is totally different from when the NFL comes into town. It literally is like the president, not snipers on the buildings, but just how they cordoned everything off. Cars aren't allowed. Mm-hmm. They have metal detectors. You have to pass a couple different areas where you get through. You know, there's always going to be an idiot, but for the most part, it was good. I don't leave my house without my semi-automatic hole puncher.
Okay.
You would think so, Crystal. You would think so. Stop by, Harold, man. That'll be cool. To come to the draft, baby. We're going to have a meetup. We need to have a meetup. There's a couple people that aren't going that originally said they were going, so we'll see. Ultra Cowboy says they'll be there. We'll see.
I think on the people mover, now I don't know which direction it goes, but I think we're only like 3 stops away from it. And the people mover basically only goes around in a circle that's like a mile and a half.
Okay.
No, the people mover, it just goes right around downtown, and that's it. But I think it's about a little less than a mile to the draft spot. So we can easily hump that.
Depending on, it might be, depending. It might be. Hopefully, they're not too jammed up. Sure, they will be though.
Well, we will be seeing these guys being drafted.
Uh-oh, doing the wave drill.
Brian SoCal says, I don't want no injury history player, but knowing Dallas, that's what they'll pick. I'll be very much.
The one time you don't do that, and and this guy Peyton Wilson ends up having an unbelievable career, you're going to be upset. That's why you really have to do the medicals, and as long as he's fine now.
2 linebackers, Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch, with injury history. So.
Well, Leighton had a neck problem coming out. Peyton Wilson doesn't have a neck problem.
Okay, well, Jalen Smith had a knee problem.
Jalen Smith had a horrible knee. Total, he has freaking drop foot. You'll be wearing the Chris Jones jersey 95. Oh, we got a Kansas City Chief in the house.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Well, we'll have to come up with a way to let everybody know where we're at. You guys, come hang out. We can get everybody's.
That's the good thing about, if we leave at like 9, 10 o'clock, we'll be there, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, check into our hotel, and we can go right to where the draft location is and check out all the sites and figure out exactly where to be. Because then it's
maybe a little earlier than that, though, Mark.
What's that?
Leave a little earlier than that, or you want to wait till after rush hour?
At 9 o'clock, that's after rush hour.
That's why okay.
Or I'm just saying hypothetically, we'll be there.
That would be like the latest you'd want to leave at. To me, is 9 o'clock.
We can leave at 6 o'clock
because you want to be able to stop a couple times.
Yeah. Point being though is if we're there 4 o'clock, check into the hotel. The draft isn't until the next night, so we got 24 hours of time to figure out where we're going to be and check it all out and stuff. And typically, if you're buying a Cowboys hat, you better buy it early, because the first year when I went to Chicago, it's like, I'll get one tomorrow. It's like they were just sold out.
What do you mean a hat?
They have the draft hats, the official draft hats and stuff.
I always buy them on Fanatics before I go.
Okay. But it's different to say I bought one at the draft.
Why? They charge you more? Yeah, okay.
Of course. It's kind of like if you buy stuff at the Super Bowl, it says official stadium gear. So it's like you have to only wait.
Well, that's something different. Yeah.
Well, it's the draft, but okay.
There was nothing that's really said draft, I wish I had a Chris Jones Mississippi State jersey. Nice. Yeah, I hear CHD. I hear that Chris Jones is. It looks like they're going to try be able to re-sign him back in Kansas City. Winning teams do winning stuff. Philly D, me neither. Never shot a stapler. Maybe a nail gun. Mark can bring his nail gun.
bringing no guns. I am not
Nail
taking a
gun.
shot.
Mark, what Brian is trying to say is he is old and needs to stop several times to piss. You know me, man. You know me. At least, listen, 7-hour drive from Mark's, probably 3 times. I guess. You go once, probably 3 times.
It's no problem to stop.
But you know what I mean? That'll be fun. I mean, it'd be a lot closer than it was going to freaking Kansas City.
Kansas
what were
City
we
was
thinking?
15 hours.
You don't know what you're missing, Philly D.
That was a drive, man. God, that was a drive. It's almost like going to Dallas. Dallas is like 24 hours.
What were we, idiots or what?
No, I don't have a problem with it.
Oh, God.
I mean, I drove 300 miles yesterday.
I know.
You know, coming from Harrisburg to Northern Virginia down to here. Ooh.
They're Pittsburgh petitions for next year.
Pittsburgh. Oh, God. They don't have enough hotel space.
You could have a Pimani.
Oh, jeez. Or the Roethlisberger.
The what? The
They have a
Roethlisberger?
Roethlisberger.
I think the Pimani, it's got like French fries on it or something.
Yeah, it's I think it's a place I had a hot dog with coleslaw and all kind. It was like pickles and coleslaw. I was like, what the hell is this?
Oh, come on. I like a hot dog with some slaw on it.
Okay. Hey, you have your glizzy pickle,
A glizzy.
pickle and slaw dog.
Put some salad on my glizzy.
Ugh, that shit is nasty to me.
The Stapler loves Philly fans. You probably can go to jail for it. How about a Jobu fathead at Mark Holmes? There you go, Coyote.
Okay.
A Jobu fathead. So Peyton Wilson's comp is Luke Kuechly, and you guys don't want him because he had a few surgeries. Peyton's leaving Luke Kuechly in the dust.
All right, we're coming down the home stretch here. Let me say shout out to everybody who hung in. He looks like a caveman. He's the Geico caveman. You know, the Cowboys have actually had, with the exception of Sean Lee, they have not done good at drafting linebackers. Remember, God, what was the first round pick?
Who?
Cowboys have, except for Sean Lee, they have not done
but
good at drafting.
he was injured a lot too, though.
But that was the best one. That's what I'm saying.
You had Bruce Carter. You had Jalen Smith. You had
God, the number one pick that we had. That was,
Van Der Esch. We had Bobby Carpenter back in the day. That was a shit show.
Bobby Carpenter. That's the one I was thinking of, man. God,
Yeah.
he sucked. The only good game he had was when he played for the Lions, and I think he had 2 interceptions of Tony Romo. One was a pick 6.
Yeah. Dexter Coakley, remember that? That win.
Those two,
Clemente.
those two were good.
I remember when Parcells got to Dallas, he didn't want to give Dat Win a chance. Is that who it was, Dat Win?
It was.
And when he saw him play, he was like, oh my God. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, that just goes to show you, you get it. Everybody has their, I got to have my corners have to be tall. Sometimes a guy just breaks the mold and is that good. So, Dexter Coakley was a little guy, but he was all over the place. Yeah, Parcells did pick Bobby Carpenter. That's what scares me about this Tommy Eichenberg. I didn't see Eichenberg run. So he must not be here, or did he run and I miss it? So he's an Ohio State linebacker. There he is right here. And there he is. Tommy Eichenberg. Let's see him. His instincts are really good, but he's not the most. Oh, it looks pretty. Okay, there you go, Tommy Eichenberg. There you go, Tommy. Sam Mills. Yeah, Sam Mills. Bobby Carpenter he was horrible.
He really was.
He was horrible. We got 5 minutes to go here, people. Well, they're getting through these drills quick. There's a guy that was linked to Dallas, Tyron Hopper. Coyote, $2 super chat on Mark's end. Pretend you're a stripper. Here's 4 rolls of pennies.
You overpaid.
Thomas Garrett. We're about ready to wrap it up soon, but thank you for coming back, Thomas. Watching some of these linebackers.
Let me say I appreciate everybody because, I'm old enough to remember that nobody used to watch the combine. This is like, they literally know that we're like crackheads when it comes to football. That we are literally watching guys doing drills that have nothing actually to do with football. Okay? Nobody runs a shuttle run. Nobody runs in figure eights. Nobody runs in a straight line at the 40. Okay?
I think Jimmy Johnson never paid linebacker. He's always drafted the next guy. Yeah, we always had young linebackers.
Remember when Ken Norton Jr. was? He was a stud, man.
Yeah. Robert Jones, we drafted. Remember Robert Jones? I think he was out of Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
He's a bigger dude. Eugene Lockhart. There he is. I met Eugene at the old Hershey Hotel downtown Philly. Eugene Lockhart and Jim Jeffcoat. Now he was a lineman, but I remember meeting them when they were young players.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you, David Cowboy. You're in Florida, David? Yeah, man. That'd be nice to have the draft at Benito Ami.
In Miami. The thing about when the NFL has things in Miami, it's kind of like the people who are from Miami. It's like, why are you here messing up my area?
Really?
Now, I will tell you, the friendliest people I've ever had at a Super Bowl are New Orleans and Detroit. New Orleans is a place to go for a Super Bowl. I ain't going to lie to you because once you get there, everything is right there. The food is incredible. You got Bourbon Street. And I've never seen a place so trashed at 3 a.m. and spotless at 7 a.m. I don't know how they do that shit. Because you got drunk people passing out and throwing up and everything. And then you get up at 7 o'clock and it's like, where did it all go?
Wow.
They've got literally drive-through daiquiri places. And I'm kind of like, isn't that kind of like drinking and driving? Open container? Not in New Orleans, it's okay. And if you like seafood...
Chuck, I haven't snorted any. What are you talking about? My nose is itchy, man. I got COVID. Give me a break.
Come on, man. Leave Brian alone. Leave him alone.
Wife gives me no crap when I'm on Game Time Brian chat about Mark Holmes. I get the not him again. Clemente.
Really? Wow.
Mark's pissy. Look at him.
Okay.
God.
Everybody always gives me a hard way to go.
Goddamn snakes on no goddamn plane.
Oh yeah. Enough is enough.
Yeah.
I'm tired of these motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You're out. Don't you?
That's the wrong one.
That's Officer and the Gentleman.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
I don't know if I don't have it on this one.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
I'm Rick James, damn it. Yep.
So what are we doing here? We wrapping her up here or what? 8 o'clock on the nose?
It's 8 o'clock. It's been
All right.
5 hours. We haven't done that since, there was like games, like multiple games. So I appreciate
Yeah, I'm going to watch some of this and just go grab something. I don't know, I guess.
Yeah.
Rustle something up.
I'm going to go down and rustle something up and pat my wife on the butt, because I like doing that. But, I'm sorry, too much information. But definitely go relax a bit here. I actually feel a lot better actually being down here. Yesterday
Thanks,
I was
Vinny.
feeling like crap. But then again, anytime I'm hanging with my man Game Time Brian, I feel better.
Yes. It was a good day. I'm glad I did this because if not, I would have been bored watching this. At least I got to talk some football. We got a lot off our chest early. Let's hope that the Cowboys do something. Let's hope that they do something. Let's hope that this is all smoke screens.
There you
go. So, but anyway, people, I'm going to log out first and then Mark can do his thing.
Make sure you check out my man Game Time Brian. Sub up to him. Hit 1,500. That's when we went to the draft last year. No, it was Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame, which was August. I was trying to get to 300. I think I got to like 4 something, and then shortly after that, or no, I think I got to like 500 maybe. I don't know. I forget, but yeah, we're doing it. We're getting there. But yes, we'll probably do something tomorrow, so stay tuned. I know I'll have some videos I'll be uploading, but we'll probably go live. We'll get together and see what's going on. All right, Mark? Thank you. I will talk to you later. Everybody in the chat, peace out. Late.
All right, good people. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. And like Game Time Brian, I'm going to roll up on out of here. I'm going to get me something to eat and spend some time with my wonderful bride. And as always, I appreciate each and every one of you guys. And we'll find out what crazy thing that the Dallas Cowboys have done or not going to do coming up. And we will end it with Philly 500.
Open Hurts to pass, throws, pick. Horrible pass. Oh my God.